I work as a fire watcher in my native country. I'd done this for a large time in my life. I'd spent some time in the military too, well about 2 years or so, but I always enjoyed my time out in the nature the most. Now the area that I covered was very pretty. I'm actually from the area that doesn't have lots of hills and stuff, so being out in where the hills are and the mountains was something really beautiful. I remembered that I absolutely loved this place, but one day my perspective on it really changed. Now let me explain. The land of mine actually has lots of history. My grandfather had worked out here before, and apparently he said that there was lots of weird things that would happen. Apparently they'd report some kind of mysterious figure in white. It looked like a beautiful young girl with very long flowing hair. But apparently she would float through the woods, seemingly without interacting with anything, bouncing from side to side before disappearing, making eye contact with men. He told me that they never figured out exactly why she was out there, just that it had really scared them. Apparently somebody was actually murdered here long ago, and allegedly that was her spirit haunting here. Apparently she was looking for her missing partner or something, and that's what they thought was happening, that she was here, roaming around trying to haunt them. Now, I kind of believed it, and a lot of people in my family also did. When I was a kid, I was absolutely horrified about being out here. The problem was, when I was young too, I was bigger, so I didn't have much stamina. I would find myself getting out of breath just going up the trails and things and doing the hike to the different areas we would go. So I always thought that I was especially vulnerable if anything were to happen, and that made me really scared. I was convinced that one day something was going to try and get me. So, doing my work, I would often spend lots of time out there by myself or with a small team. The most important thing that we could do is just survey everywhere and make sure that there were no fires. I had a couple of big fires though that we had to deal with. Where I live, you also had to help put out the fire if you could. It was something we'd also do to help out the fire department when they got here. We had pretty limited resources, so it was really important that we would help out and try and make a difference. I was never too worried by these fires though. There was very scarce and sparse population here, so it was pretty easy to notify people in the surrounding areas. Usually the fires would just burn themselves out. I do remember one strange thing though. I remember once during one of the fires I was helping with, I could have sworn that I'd seen a figure in the fire. It was just standing there and kind of staring at us. I only saw it for about a second or two before it eventually gone back into the flames, but it sounded just like what my grandfather had described. We knew for a fact there weren't any people here, so we weren't too worried, but we did have a quick search around. Maybe somebody got lost out there. But this thing was floating. I never really put two and two together, so I can't be certain that I actually saw the same thing as my grandfather had, but my grandfather was convinced that I had from the way I described it. I was a little put off by the whole experience, to be honest, but let me get to my main story. Now, working out here one day, I remembered that my colleagues had reported a huge fireball. They basically reported to me what could only sound like a UFO, which had crashed off somewhere, and now it was up to us to go and investigate and figure it out. The good news for me is that there wasn't any fire out here, not that we could see anyway. This happened around nightfall. They basically said it kind of looked like a meteor or something, and they were very scared about going up there. I myself wasn't too scared about it for some reason. I just thought, I'm going to have a good hike through here, then eventually find it, and it will be something cool. Maybe something I could even take home, like a cool rock off the side of it or something. So I start my hiking, and it starts raining immediately, which again is a good sign, because if there is a fire, then we haven't got to worry too much. The rain was really going to help put it out. I remember when we started, I didn't bother looking about how far I had to go because it was quite some distance. I was on foot and had my radio, and eventually broke off from the other guys I was working with. I continue hiking and realise that I'm getting very out of breath. It was weird, it reminded me of when I was much younger and more unfit, but it was almost like any time I did an incline, I would really feel it. I wasn't even carrying that much weight on me too, and I thought I was pretty good and healthy at the time, but I guess not. It was kind of a wake-up call for me more than anything else though, because if there was actually danger, then I wouldn't have been one of the best people to help you, and I didn't like that. That didn't sit well with me. I needed to do as much as possible to help people, and I felt like I was letting down my community. Now while hiking, every so often I can hear some faint cries. It was pretty creepy. It kind of sounded like an alien voice, to be honest, and I thought that was really weird. I wasn't really convinced there was an alien, but it was definitely a weird animal. Now some of my colleagues actually reported this on the radios too, so I knew I wasn't the only one hearing it. I then go further and further, and I can actually see some of the trees have been scraped to the top, where obviously something crashed here, but I couldn't see anything. The cries stopped after a little bit, and I couldn't seem to locate them. I just knew it was definitely scaring me because now it was getting to nightfall. There was some weird sound and I wasn't sure what direction I was going in. It was kind of like the sound of something ticking over, like a constant click. It kind of sounded like an engine but a little bit different. I also felt very uncomfortable now. The rain was giving me some kind of reassurance so weirdly. I don't know, it felt like everything else was eerily quiet. So having the sounds of nature, at least in some form, was definitely something I like to have. In this area, you can actually see pretty good through the woods. The trees were tall, but they weren't very thick. Also, the plants on either side of me only come up to about my knee height, so visibility wasn't too bad. It did mean that every so often I'd have to climb off a tree a bit to scan areas, but that was fine. I was still following the direction of the trees which were damaged, until eventually, I see something really creepy. Just up ahead, I see what I can only describe as some kind of demon. It looked like a tall figure, covered in some kind of black material, slowly lurching around. I ducked down for a second and slowly lift my head up. I hear one more faint cry and I can't figure out where it's coming from. I radio in my language that I've seen something very weird, and my colleagues respond and say that they're coming over. I was actually so scared that I stayed crouched down for another 10 minutes, and then I feel a hand touch my back. I feel like my heart stops and I have no pulse, as within a flash I turn around and it's my colleague. I swear at them and ask them why did they make me jump like that, and they said they thought I was hurt. Did I truly look that scared? Maybe I did. I was getting paranoid now, but I decide to get up and we go towards where I heard the thing, but I don't see anything. We decide the best thing to do is to split up, and I continue going to where the UFO crash site is. I keep walking and lurching through the forest until eventually I see something smouldering off in the distance. All I can see is smoke at this point, and I think maybe there is a fire. I really don't know what to expect now. I really think that I'm about to be met by some kind of tall green or grey men. God knows what I've just seen. I have my Bible in my pocket and I'm clutching it very strong as I get closer and closer and start to pray. I seem to become stuck in quicksand though, and I just can't bring myself to move more forward. I had a strange sense of dread that I haven't had before, but eventually I managed to force myself to put one foot in front of the other and make my way over the horizon. Then I see it. Some kind of mangled up thing covered by trees. It's kind of white and blue in colour, which I didn't expect, covered in some kind of black silk. It then becomes more apparent what I'm looking at. This isn't a UFO at all, this is a plane crash. Within a second, I realise what's happened, and I quickly scream onto the radio that we've had a downed aircraft here. What, was it, a UFO? I say, no, it's one of ours. It's a small aircraft. I can see that this thing has come down and obviously set on fire. Then one of my colleagues screams, we found him. I ask what, but don't get a reply. I just sprint back to their direction. By the time that I've gotten over there, I can see my colleagues surrounding a person. They're covered in jet fuel and something else, and clearly it was a pilot with half of their hair burnt off their body. They absolutely look like an alien, and I suddenly feel very faint. I actually ended up passing out now, and I can't remember much else. I just know that about 20 minutes later I woke up again, and I seemed to have a dream. I had a really long dream, which is weird because I knew I was only asleep for 20 minutes or so. When my colleagues are pouring water on my head and waking me up. There's an emergency worker then too, who's a medic checking over me. He says, "Are you okay?" and I say, yeah, I'm fine. And I have some sugary drinks, which one of my colleagues gave me, and some snacks, and I feel much better, though I'm covered in a cold sweat. I eventually get up, and we start walking back, and there's more police coming. Eventually we all make it back, and I get to go home early because of medical reasons. Now I never actually know what come of that pilot or the plane wreckage. I just know I can't believe how scary and inhuman he looked when we found him. Poor guy, I really hope that he's okay. It was easily the most scary experience in my entire life, one that I'm never gonna forget. So, the very first time I went to my boyfriend's family house, we explored the very wooded areas around the home, 30 acres of land. Some hunters go in, but no hikers, only on old logging trails which the original owner of the house probably created. A lot of the trails are not well maintained, with brush and logs over them. One area my boyfriend wanted to show me was off the trail. I hated walking off the trail. I hated bushwhacking, and this was in the spring, so there were ticks. He brings me to a huge boulder he calls Dragon Mountain, normal boulder near a very small stream. He climbs up and then he helps me up. It was much taller than me, but by no means gargantuan. So we sit on the boulder, then lie down looking into the trees, talking. I am on the left and my boyfriend's on the right. I don't remember if we heard the crunching of leaves at first or saw them, but to our east, 3 adult men wearing all black or dark navy from head to toe in sunglasses are walking towards the boulder carrying a large black tubing. All 3 men are carrying it together. None of them are speaking, they're just walking, carrying this thing. My boyfriend and I are extremely still. We did not get the urge to say hello or anything like that to them, like we would normal people we encounter while hiking in the woods. They are walking towards us, but we don't think they can see us because we are lying in sort of a large divot at the top of the boulder. We hear the men walking behind where we are on the boulder. Then, when they are to our southwest, very near the boulder, they stop immediately. They don't talk or make any kind of noises. Naturally, my boyfriend and I stay silent and still. We are looking at each other, trying to take this in. It felt like a long time where there's no noises. The men then walk sort of around to the left of the boulder, then walk off towards our northwest. They were still not talking at all, just walking through the woods holding their black tube. We're very weirded out for a long time after this, and we got out of those woods pretty quickly in a direction away from them, opting to get to the road and follow that home instead of taking the quickest route towards the house. Now, this is in pretty much their direction. We have both racked our brains about this for years, coming up with all kinds of explanations. My boyfriend later realizes that the direction they come from is a major highway where there is a fence as well. We conjured that they must have been hunters, with the black tubing being for a device to carry a deer. But a lot of hunters living around there tend to wear camouflage in orange, not all black. I get if they were hunting they would likely be quiet, but they did make a fair amount of noise with their footsteps, but why did they stop? It did not seem like normal guys going out into the woods. I forgot about this encounter, and I do periodically, but when I remember it, I cannot explain the way that I feel. Now, we both had the instinct to hide and be silent. So it's the summer of 2012. I'd quit my job working for a clinic because the owner was basically crazy. That's another story. I was pretty upset and living in downtown in the core of Toronto. I was worried because I hadn't picked up much of a backup plan, so I was desperately sending out resumes everywhere I could, hoping that I would find something fast. I get a call about 2 weeks later for a company. They were selling water heaters, but I had done mostly secretarial/admin work, so I was under the position that what I applied for was of that nature. Maybe it's an admin job for their office. The interview goes well and I'm hired. I'm ecstatic and promptly call my parents to let them know I got a job. I still didn't really know what the job was for. I was just happy that I got the job and would be able to continue to afford living in my apartment. So next morning, at around 9 AM, I go for a training course, myself and another woman. The videos are about water heaters and why they need to be maintained. They kind of hinted that it's a sales position, but everything starts to feel a little weird to me. Something about the people who work there seem a little bit off. I was introduced to the team leader, the only girl mind you, and a group of 5 20-something-year-old guys into a work van. I get given my uniform, and I didn't really like it. We're driven to another building, and it's packed full of employees. In front of us are PlayStations, TVs, top quality home appliances, and other brand new electronics, and a guy starts off saying, "Hey, everyone having a great day?" And everybody screams yes, and I'm feeling weird now. Everybody looks unsettlingly happy. At the meeting we are told how wonderful we are, how that if we work hard our dreams are going to come through. We can have anything we want, the TV, the washing machine, dryer, but only if we have the ability to work hard and stay positive. I felt like I was in some kind of cult sermon. I wanted to leave but decided to stay because I needed to have a job. We are told about various success stories of people working there. After meeting the staff, myself and the team leader and 5 other guys are all taken to a Subway for lunch. The guys are being super nice and tell me I'm gonna do great. Everybody says don't stop smiling, always be positive. We get into the van and are driven to some random North York neighborhood in Toronto. I leave my purse and belongings in the car, as everybody does. The boys all go off on their own, and I'm told that I'm shadowing the team lead for the day. The guy was so nice, but too nice, and it makes me uncomfortable. He smiles in a deranged way. We get to door, trying to get people to update their water heaters. His tactics are vile though. He doesn't outright say to homeowners, but he kind of acts like we've been sent by somebody. He says, "Hi, we're here to check your water heater and make sure that it complies with the date industry standards and whatnot." He then says, "Do I take my shoes off or do I leave them on?" And things like that. And then goes over, and the seniors seem like they struggled to speak English with him. They were signing a contract for a new water heater without their knowledge, thinking they're just signing some paperwork of somebody who checked the building and their water heaters. When I ask if we're scamming these people, his face goes from happy to scary. He says, "Don't ever say that again, we're not." The look on his face frightened me. I was stuck with him alone. For a while, we walked the house in silence. Some of the house's owners opened the door and seemed to be housewives, and my team lead always made an effort to flirt with them and they loved it. The more he flirted, the more attention they paid to what we were saying. Now, we walk in the house in the summer sun. I kept asking him when we got to go home. He said, well, it depends. It felt like I was in a Goosebumps book where the kids are made to trick or treat for hours. Now, it's been hours now, and we're outside. I ask him, what time is it? He tells me it's 10. I say, I have a date in an hour, I'm gonna be late. I really did. And the guy's actually now my boyfriend. I had no idea that this job required you to work so late. I was only shadowing, so it wasn't a real shift for me. I then ask if I can go back to get something out of my car and just TTC at home. The team lead says no. My phone is in the van, so I can't even text my date that I'm going to be very late. The team lead says that we have to leave together. At 11, he takes me back to the van and we start driving to find the other guys. The team lead says that he feels bad about my date. Sure, he did. He says that he'll drop me off at home. I'm in such a hurry, I agree. When I get to the building, he steps outside and said, I like you. You'd honestly be such an asset. I'm in such a rush that I agree quickly that I'll be back in the morning for the next shift. I go out for my date, had a wonderful evening, and then wake up the next morning for work. The job sucked, the hours were long, walking around with no breaks in the humidity. I guess that I'd really agreed to do it because I thought I could keep doing this bad job and just send out my resumes and find a better one in the meantime. Day 2 was a nightmare and actually was quite scary for me. Went to this morning cult-like prep talk, again grabbed lunch and then headed out for another neighbourhood, this time in West Toronto. We also have a new team member with us. He is quiet and like me seems uncomfortable too. This time the team lead says that he'll spend 3 hours with me going door to door and then I'm on my own. The neighbourhood had a lot of creepy old looking homes. The team lead had me trying to push my way into people's homes aggressively. I hated this. I knew in my heart it was a scam, but I wrestled with myself because I needed the money. Even still, after I found it was commission based as a physician and my team lead relied on me to make him money, he was getting upset because I was too shy and not hard enough to get people to sign contracts. At one point, and this part still upsets me, we get into the home and the owner is nice, but as soon as he closes the door with us inside, he pulls out his cell phone and starts filming us saying, I know what you're up to, you're the scum of the earth, I work for this establishment, and I know all about your operation and your scamming. I was trying to cover my face and start tearing up. The situation's out of control. The guy uttered more threats to me, saying that he'd share the video everywhere and actually threatens to physically harm my team lead. I saw my chance and bolt out of the door, and the team lead followed behind me. The man yells that if we ever step foot there, he'd call the cops. One of his neighbours was on the porch and heard us screaming, saying, Don't trust these, they're gonna rip you off. My heart was pounding, and my team leader suggests that we walk further away down the street before starting again. We did a few more houses and then he told me that I was good to go off by myself. I'm really shy and sensitive, and the idea of having to go into people's homes on my own scares me. Also, in my experience, most boilers are in people's basements. Every house I entered, my heart was pounding. I was so thankful when a little old lady would open the door. I'd explain why I was there, go to the basement because I didn't want to scam the people. I would just look at the boiler's last inspection date and say, okay, the boiler's fine, and run out of there. I went to one guy's house and he was home alone. He stood so close to me the entire time. I didn't like how close he was, and he kept touching my shoulders and the small of my back. Now, at the end of the day, I come back to the van. I didn't sell a single boiler, and I'm glad. The team leader, however, was not happy and said I lacked positive attitude and enthusiasm. The guys got into the van and we started to drive away. When I looked in the back of the van and saw the new guy was missing, I informed the team lead and he acted like he just didn't care. I saw the guy left his sunglasses and a cell phone behind and knew that we needed to drive around to find him. We drove about 5 minutes and then the lead said, "I guess he went home, let's get out of here." I complained and said that he's got to be around here. He must be. The team leader ignored us and drove back to the office. As we got there, I left quickly as I can and went home. I got to bed and called my parents and told them about my day and how upset I was by the job. I felt really drained. I felt like I'd been on high alert all day, especially when in people's basements. When I told my dad about being in the basement alone, he demands I quit. I told him that I already planned to. 2 days of this garbage was enough for me. I go to sleep, thankful, thinking the day is over. The next morning, around the time that I should have gone to work, I call the team leader and our conversation goes as follows. "Hi." He says, "Hey, where are you? We're about to start. I'm not coming in. After how I felt yesterday, I quit." "What do you mean you quit?" "I just don't feel comfortable after the guy filmed us and being sent into basements alone. It's not safe." "Oh no, this is safe. There's plenty of girls that do this job." "So what happens if anything happens to me and I didn't show up in the van at the end of the night? Would you have left me behind like the other guy?" He then says to stop worrying and that to calm down and this isn't going to happen and I'm really disappointed in you. I then say that I'm done and I don't feel safe and swear. Hung up the phone and never went back. So, I used to live near an infamous road. It's a thin road with no streetlights that has only a few houses at the end and lined with thick woods. There were no streetlights. We heard stories like ghosts being spotted in the woods, weird beasts and creepy vibes, and a penny thrown off the bridge which could actually return back to you. My boyfriend and I decided to drive down it one night in his car. It's a small stick shift car. The road has several pull-offs which you could park and sit in. We pulled off at the first one and take some footage of the woods. Nothing happened, so we continued driving to the next pull-off. We parked and shut the car. We then hear some rustling but assume that maybe it's some kind of animal moving away from the sound of the car. We sat there for a few seconds in the dark of the woods. We heard something hit the car like a rock or something. We then hear several pounds on the truck and roof. At this point, we decide to drive off. He attempts to start the car to no avail. He tried several times before that eventually it manages to start. He then put the gear in and steps on the gas and the car stood still. I was freaking out and told him to stop messing around, but he insists it wasn't the car. While in first gear and the gas depressed, we begin to be pulled backwards. Against all logic, the car was fighting to go forward like something that's there is actually pulling us. The tail lights up the forest behind us and you can see nothing. Out of nowhere, the car miracles forward and we drove away and pull off. We're truly blown away by the experience that we've just had and decide to find another pull-off. This is stupid. The one we found before, which is close to the bridge, is where the pennies are thrown off. We decide to do the same here and throw a penny. We hit the small stream. We look back at the car and swear that we see somebody walking behind it to the woods, so we rush back but there's no sign of anyone. This is the last straw. We decide to get off the road ASAP. As we were driving, something hits the window of the car, and it sounds like a penny. A few years ago while I was hunting, back around the age of 14 and my brother was 9, my dad, little brother and I all went out for finding some deer one afternoon before the sun went down. While we were walking through the woods, before we even get started, my little brother starts tugging on my arm and said to me, "Did you see that?" I said that it's probably his imagination and he let go of my arm. A few minutes later, I could hear walking behind us. Now I turned around to find him gone. I quickly told my dad and we were looking for him. And the last half an hour, we realised that he walked over out of nowhere suddenly towards both of us. He's covered in mud like he'd fallen somewhere. I was worried and said, "Where had you gone?" And he stared at me, telling me that he couldn't remember and thought he never left. He acted normally afterwards, like nothing happened. Now, I don't know if this is scary to anybody else, but it really shook up my family. I haven't answered some of the questions. Several people have been asking whether or not he could tell or show me where he'd been to, and the answer is no. As I said, although I wasn't really specific, so that might have actually been on me, he told me he couldn't remember a thing, not what happened, nor why he was covered in mud, nor where he walked away in the first place, nor that he'd walked away at all. The only thing that he said he could recall was walking a few steps away from us, after seeing a doe from behind him, and that's it. He told me that he genuinely hardly remembered walking away, and acted like no time had passed. Also, people are asking how muddy, and I distinctly remembered that we had several flooding warnings in heavy rain before then, but it wasn't like knee-high mud. It had been in the middle of fall, and I can remember myself being irritated at the mud and leaves sticking into my boots. He wasn't drenched in mud. Afterwards, we found him, but his knees and palms were covered in it, along with having a few splotches here and there on the clothes. I had one other question on whether or not I asked him what he'd saw in the first place. He initially told me that after the event he saw a glimpse of a tall person standing near a tree, which I'm not sure of as he's a kid, and it'd be a hell of an imagination. And maybe he's very paranoid, but I don't know. Let me start off by saying that this is a true story which happened to me when I was about 13. I'm 27 now. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. My dad used to be part of a small hunting club in Alabama. Just a handful of guys he grew up with. Once a year, we would drive to the small town of Elba and camp for a few days and go hunting. There was a few different areas of land around the town that the club owned, and members could go hunting there. One of these areas of land is actually nicknamed the cemetery because, well, it had one on it. Nothing really creepy about the cemetery though. It was in the woods and the graves were of different people from back in the day. Now this land is nicknamed the cemetery, and there are 5 or 6 green fields, basically a cleared out area where there are no trees, just grass and a buck hut to hunt in. A buck hut is a tree house which you sit in and wait for deer to walk out onto the greens. This particular evening, we were going to hunt on Greenfield 1, the plot directly behind the old cemetery. The evening started off normal enough. Now my dad parked the truck and we walked down to the trail buck hut. We climbed up and wait, watching the woods. A bit of time passes and my dad tells me that he's going for a short walk to see if maybe he's seen a deer on the trail. Keep in mind I'm about 13 years old. Not a big deal. I've hunted alone before and I'm not afraid to be alone in the woods. Besides, it's still light out. So I said okay, and he climbs down. It was just me and my .32 caliber Merlin rifle. The grass field in front of me is very dense and so are the woods. Now this is where things get a little bit odd. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, and it was almost twilight now. My concern for my dad is growing because he's not returned. I was worried that maybe something happened to him or he got lost. However, he's experienced, and if he was lost he would fire off a shot or yell or something, but the woods are dead silent. I figure maybe he's found a good spot and he wanted to hunt the twilight/dusk hour of the day, because that's prime time for hunting. So I just focused my attention on the grass field in front of me, just watching, listening, and waiting for a deer to walk out of the field as the light of day begins to fade. Just then, across the field, I saw and heard some brush moving and breaking. The thought did not cross my mind that it could be my dad, but I highly doubted it. No way could it be him. That would be incredibly dangerous and stupid. I raised my rifle and pulled back the hammer, aimed it at the moving brush, and patiently waited for what I hoped was a deer to appear. Then, a girl floated out of the woods and onto the grass. She was transparent, with white, long flowing hair and a dress. She floated from one side to the other, then disappearing into the woods. I watched her for a solid minute or two. I couldn't believe my eyes, and I was petrified. Now I want my dad back. A short time passed, and it's now pitch black, and I'm still alone. My concern for my dad is turning into panic. I was too afraid to yell or look back towards the pitch black woods, where I saw a ghost. I then sat there alone for hours, terrified in the darkness. My dad eventually returned, and he acted as though he hadn't been gone for long. I asked him where he went, and he told me that he went for a short walk up the trail, turn around and come back. The timeline made no sense. He was gone for hours. It was unlike him to leave me alone for that long. He was adamant though he had gone for probably 15 or 30 minutes. We walked back to the truck, and honestly I couldn't have got out of there fast enough. The whole experience still confuses me to this day. Was the ghost I saw somebody buried there or something else entirely? Maybe my dad gone through some kind of time warp or something that I didn't know about. I never went hunting there ever again, and I really don't plan on going back there. Now, not anything that happened to me, but to a friend. So, he goes with a buddy to hike on a trail near our town, northern Washington state, so there's lots of woods and trees. When they get to the trailhead, there is one other car there, and he remembers seeing a person in the car. The person in the car was just staring at them, which he describes as really white with an unchanging face. He kept staring right at them without trying to hide it or look away. My friend gets scared and then decides to leave. And the next week or two after that, a couple of hikers and a ranger turned up passed away in that same area. Pretty sure they caught the guy. I don't know if the picture was ever released. Now, when I was about 11 or 12, I was getting candy with friends on Halloween in houses near the woods. It started getting pretty late, so we all decided to split up and go home. I was going down this one street that was really dark, and this dude come out of his house as I was passing by. "Hey, I could use your help," I hear. I'm usually always wanting to help, and I didn't stop to think about it, that maybe it's not a good idea to help a stranger in the dark by the woods. So, I stopped and waited for him to approach me. He then comes really close and says, "Please, get in my car and just start it for me while I look at the engine." He had a really weird look on his face. I ended up getting really bad vibes and said, "Actually, I'm going home." I could barely finish my sentence, and he then said, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to go home. I'm a nice guy and just need some help. Just get in the car with me. I'll give you a lot of candy for your help." And then start backing away, and every time I step back, he gets closer. My heart was racing. He didn't necessarily do anything bad at all, but it's the way that he's approaching me and talking to me way too close to comfort. I ended up saying, "I'm really sorry, I'm going home," and start walking extremely fast and then run. I still think about it all the time because I'm not actually sure what his intentions were. My husband and I went camping in eastern Pennsylvania. The place we decided to stop is really primitive. Camping was free, no cell services, and barely any roads. We did encounter 2 other people. They might not be a factor in what happened after all, but I'll describe them. The first was a woman who had her truck off to the side of the road a little way as we drove past it. She had the hood open and seemed to be waiting for someone to stop and offer help. Usually my boyfriend had no problem helping someone, but he said something's off about her. She didn't really seem like she needed help, and usually people who need help look at you hopefully as you approach. She looked as though she expected us to stop. That's what my boyfriend said anyway, and I didn't really notice anything about it, which was strange. Now this was my boyfriend at the time, now husband, to put that into context. The next person came when we had chosen a spot and we were setting up a fire for hot dogs. I had noticed people drive by a few times, but my boyfriend pointed out each time it's the same car, and the man in the car watched us each time he passes. My boyfriend felt a little uneasy about this, but we had driven around for a while before finding a place that we liked. It had been raining and everything was muddy, and we wanted to go to the driest site possible. He could have been doing the same thing. We actually briefly thought about moving because the road is too muddy. Now if he wanted us all he has to do is follow the tracks. There were some other tracks, but not many. He'd only have backtracked a little to relocate us again. He didn't come by another time, so we stayed and spent the several remaining hours before dark goofing off. No one else drove by. Whether or not those two actually had anything else to do with our experience, I don't know. But the real fear came later. We had gone to sleep in our tent, and sometime around 3 AM, we were woken by a very loud noise. I can't describe it very well, or even remember exactly what it sounded like, but my boyfriend said it reminded him of a chain gun revving up. It was also similar to how it would sound if somebody recorded a shovel being dragged over gravel and played over a speaker. He jumped up and looks out the little window but can't see anything. The sound repeats itself a few more times. I was too scared to speak, so my boyfriend whispers that it's probably miles off and that I should go back to sleep. I didn't question this, as I figured loud sounds could easily be heard miles off. After we left, he told me it sounded like it had actually become something that was just down the road, and he didn't want me to freak out. Looking back, I probably should have wondered why he would bother to whisper if apparently the sound was off. I was terrified. Every little thing I heard outside sounded like somebody was walking around the tent. We laid there for a while longer, and when finally my boyfriend told me to get dressed because we're leaving, I get alarmed. And even more alarmed when he unwraps a machete we bought just for this trip. Now, we quickly packed up and loaded the car. I looked around for boot prints, but there weren't any other than our own. Despite the moon providing plenty of light, I couldn't really see. I did point out something to my boyfriend that he hadn't noticed, so there was a beer can by our dead fire that wasn't there before. We didn't even bring beer. While we were driving away, my boyfriend explained that he was nervous somebody might have been trying to lure us out, so he didn't think it was a good idea for us to run from the tent right away. He also half expected to find out that the gas tank had been siphoned out, but that wouldn't have stopped us because we had a hybrid car. We actually joked it'd make a good hybrid car commercial. Now, the rest of our trip we only stayed in well-populated campsites or a hostel. My experience at the Skull Valley primitive campgrounds in Utah absolutely terrified me, and it's ruined my camping for probably good. Now, I'd love to get people's ideas on what happened. Here's what happened. The summer before last, I took a road trip from my home in Colorado up the west coast into Canada. My northernmost destination being Fernie, BC, Canada, as I have family out there. I mapped out a series of free campgrounds to stay at instead of hotels. I love camping and it would help me stay on a budget as well. My boyfriend at the time also was travelling, so we were planning to meet up in San Francisco and get to Seattle together. I was doing the first bit of the trip with just my dog, and my first planned campsite was a place called Skull Valley Primitive in Utah. Now, I found the site easily. The camping spots were also up a dirt hill, so I took the first site I saw, as my car is not made for off-roading. I set up my tent without any issues and changed into my hiking boots. It was so hot. I remembered my poor dog had to have a cool towel down after I set up camp because he couldn't cool down on his own. There was actually a ton of other campsites, but hardly anyone using them. There were 2 RVs I come across parked super far away from my site, and I was definitely the only tent camper there. I decided to go take a hike around before the sun was down. The campsite is adjacent to these mountains that rises out of flat ground and would have what appeared to be cave dwellings carved into the face of them. I wanted to investigate, so Teddy, my dog, and I started off in that direction. After only a few minutes of walking, we hit a barbed wire fence, and I don't think twice about ducking under it to continue onwards. I just didn't think it would be a problem. Only a few yards after I had hopped the fence, I stopped dead in my tracks. An eerie and unusual sound was coming from the direction of the cave dwellings. The best description that I can give you is that it sounded like dozens of humans trying to howl like wolves. Like many people pretending to be a wolf pack, and it sounded like its origin was inside the caves themselves. My dog was as spooked as I was and had already started running back to the campsite when I turned around. The sounds actually continue until I'm well inside the camp perimeters. The sun was almost completely set when I decided to let Teddy out for one last bathroom break. I was freaked out by what had happened and didn't want to be running around in the dark. Teddy is a dog that simply does not need a leash. He's never more than several feet away from me, so I didn't use one. I zipped up the tent and walked away from our site. Now, suddenly I realize he's gone. I can't see him anywhere, and there's no sign of him. The sun had finished setting by that time, and I finally gave up screaming for him and returned to my tent, which had not been left alone. The tent actually had a broken zipper when I arrived, and my stuff was strewn about. Though nothing was missing, I want to emphasize that fact that during this period, I noticed that there were no natural noises, no crickets or anything like that, and the only way I can describe the feeling that I had was pure dread. I never felt so scared before. In fact, I feel the same terror while I write this out. I decide to grab my taser and try and find Teddy. After a bit of whistling and shouting for him, I realize that he's not coming back, so I headed into my tent. I used some safety pins I had, which I closed the zipper with. Now, this is where things get weirder. As I lay there trying not to completely freak out, something starts to violently shake my tent from multiple angles. I can feel it / them brush against my feet sometimes, and the shaking is relentless. At some point, several hours later, I heard my dog outside and I peek out. It was him. I quickly unpin that part of the door and he jumps in. His behaviour is definitely off, and he reacted to the constant shaking of our tent even more than I did. Neither of us slept good that night, and as soon as the morning arrived, we were gone. I called my now ex-boyfriend to drive me out and recounted exactly what happened. He started to Google the area and found out that where I'd walked into was actually the site of an extremely small and impoverished Native American reservation. So his hypothesis was that we had been there, but something had been watching me and decided to mess with me in the dark. Now, this is weird. I don't really know where to begin. I've been house sitting for some friends in the rural PMW. They live up in the long hills on a long twisting road, and the house itself is at the end of a long gravel driveway. The house also sits up against a big evergreen forest. I should also mention that at one point, the driveway branches off and goes into the woods. Now I have no idea why. I've explored in these areas before and there's nothing. The road is too overgrown for a vehicle to go through anyway, or so I thought. Now recently it snowed a lot here, and I've been kind of trapped, as my gutless sedan doesn't have 4-wheel drive, and the driveway is covered in over a foot of snow, and the road hasn't been ploughed. Anyway, a couple of nights ago, I was sitting up awake reading. I haven't been sleeping well because I got COVID and coughing keeps me up at night. It was about 11:30 and I saw headlights outside the window. I could hardly believe it. First, it was late at night. Second, there's been so much snow that most cars couldn't even make it up here. And third, my friends are out of state and no one else would be coming up here, and they certainly wouldn't be doing so during the night. I peeked out of the window and watched as the headlights, instead of turning right at the bend, come towards the house, then into the woods. I was curious, but I'm also a coward, so I didn't do anything as ridiculous as follow the car in the forest in the middle of the night. But I couldn't let it go. So in the morning, I grabbed my boots and parker and stupidly leave to investigate. The next part I genuinely can't explain. There was one set of tyre tracks in the snow, heading down the road into the woods. I followed them about half a mile into the forest and they suddenly stopped. There was a large fallen tree blocking the road, and no vehicle in sight. The tyre tracks just ended, and there's no footprints in the snow either. I mean, that's it, I had no explanation to this, and I'm really running out of ideas of what it could actually be, and I'm definitely freaked out by this. This story took place 20 years ago when my father and I went on a backpacking adventure. Now, it was a beautiful day when we set out for this. We were actually going camping somewhere, and I was very happy to be out with my father. My father is a forest ranger, and working in that service I don't always get to see him when I want to, so at the time that made me very happy. I could also learn lots of different cool things while we went out on these foresty adventures. It wasn't the first time that we'd been on such ones, but this one in particular felt really special. I was only about 14 at the time, so not very old, but I looked a lot younger than that. Now, as we set out, there's some cloud cover, but not enough to really stop where we were going. The scenery was really picturesque. The trees were pretty tall, and there were some kind of shrubs and things on either side of us. While I'm walking on the first part of the path, I realise that there's someone up ahead of us. I say, Dad, do you see that person over there? My dad turns and looks at me, kind of perplexed, and says, No, I don't think there's anyone there. I say, Dad, yeah, look, don't you see that guy up there who keeps on turning to look at me? And he says, No, I really don't see anything, son. So, with that, we just continue on our way. Now, I don't know if it was because I was young or whatever, but my dad really didn't seem to believe what I was telling him. I'm not sure why. From my point of view, I kept on seeing somebody up ahead of us, dressed in kind of like the fishing or hunting gear, and they just kept on darting in and out of the trees. I would actually see this happening so consistently that I kind of switched off and ignored it. My dad actually took over place with me and would go up ahead just a few meters, and he also wouldn't actually see anything during this time. Again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but we press on regardless. Now, as we're looking around, I can certainly make out that there's a few people now. There doesn't seem to be just one, there's at least two. Again, I raise it to my dad and he tells me that if you can find it in a place I can see it, then yeah, we'll head back. and I thought this was pretty bizarre. I realise now that my dad was probably trying to calm me down, and he actually told me that he was a little bit worried but couldn't see a thing. And that's what I think's so odd about this experience. It turned out that no matter how many times I would tell him about it, he couldn't see anything. But like I found out later, he was in fact concerned a little bit. Now, we eventually get to roughly where we're going to set up camp, and I don't really feel that safe there. I tell my dad over and over again that I really think this isn't a good idea, and I'm pretty sure that somebody's kind of followed us in here. But again, my dad being dismissive just tells me not to worry about it and that we should just enjoy the day together. This is when he kind of switched off, but I guess I didn't. So we set up a little camping bit, and we decide that we're going to do some fishing. Hadn't done fishing in a while. I certainly wasn't the best at it, but the whole time that we're doing this, I just can't relax, and I have the feeling that we're being followed or at least watched. Now this is the next weird thing. As we're fishing, I feel something hit me and fall off. I don't know, I think maybe something's fallen from my jacket. So I turn around and see what it is, and there's a stone. I pick it up and inspect it, but I can't see anything weird about it, and I put it down again. I look all around, and another stone falls next to me. At this point in time, my dad isn't here. He's gone to set up a campfire, and I think this might be my dad. I decide to get a handful of these rocks just so I can throw them back. But then I hear it. A whistling sound. I can't figure out where it's coming from when suddenly I spot it. There's somebody halfway up a tree with binoculars, literally staring at me, trying to wave now. I say that, "Dad?" and they raise their finger to their mouth for me to be quiet. Still confused as to what was happening, I decide that I should start heading back to the campsite, and that's what I do. I find my dad there and I say, "Dad, what was that?" He says, "What, son?" I ask him what's he doing again, and he says literally nothing. This is a fire. And I say, "No, I thought you were up a tree with binoculars," and he kind of laughs at me and says, "No, of course I wasn't. What do you mean?" Looking more serious now. And I go and take him to the exact spot where it happened, and there's no one in the tree. He says, "Son, look, I know you've not been out here that many times, but try not to scare yourself too much, alright?" And he kind of convinced me that nothing was wrong, and I actually relaxed a bit. I say, "Yeah, but Dad, they were throwing stones at me." And he tells me that he's not really seen anyone out here this whole time, and he would know about it because of his line of duty. I kind of sighed at this and actually cringe at it today, because yeah, you can do something, but that doesn't mean that you're an expert of every situation related to it. Now, I'm pretty unsettled, and we decide to get some shut-eye now, but the whole time I just could not sleep. I don't know, I just really couldn't. But eventually I managed to half drift off, and I'm awoken to the sound of rainfall. I then wipe my eyes and kind of sit up. I realise it's not rainfall, but it sounds like there's something wrong with the tent. It sounds like one big drop of water then nothing. So I get up and look outside. My dad's still asleep at this point, and as I take my head outside of the tent door, I realise that a stone lands close to me again. The fire's gone out now, and I hear some whistling again. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I was so tired that I'm pretty convinced I was half asleep. But then I hear a voice. It tells me in a hushed tone, "Come here, I want to show you something." And I'll turn around and try and wake my dad and say, "Dad, please, you've got to come here. There's something very wrong." And my dad slowly gets up. Now, the second that my dad starts moving, we can hear all kinds of crashing sounds through the trees, and clearly somebody's running away. I say, "Dad, Dad." And my dad gets up very quickly and grabs a flashlight. He points it in the direction where that we thought we heard somebody, but there's just some trees moving. My dad says, "Son, come on, it's just an animal. just go to sleep. We probably didn't tie the food up properly, and I don't know, not to worry about things. Now, this actually frustrates me quite a lot because I'm not kidding. I literally heard someone, but again, my dad being dismissive now and a little bit angry says, "Son, it's just in your head. I'm really tired and we need to sleep." So you imagine how I felt at this point. I had a parent who wasn't really taking my concerns very seriously, and from my perspective, there's literally somebody out here trying to lure me into the woods, but apparently this is just an animal who also speaks perfectly good English. Yeah, right. Good chance for leaving that. So, after a sleepless night, we get our things together and we start heading over to the next campsite. It was only a few day trip, but I really wasn't enjoying it now. I keep on and on telling my dad that I think something's wrong here, but he doesn't listen to me. And again, I think I can hear something, and my dad finally takes it more serious now. I'd hear twigs snapping in the distance, and this was kind of unsettling me a lot, and my dad decides to climb off a small hill just to see what he can see. Now, my dad actually goes off a tree a little bit. I don't know how he did it because he's quite heavy, and I was laughing the whole time trying to watch him, saying, "Dad, that the tree's gonna come down," and that kind of broke the tension a lot. I ended up coming off after him and he says, "Son, look at this." I got up quite quickly, half expecting to see somebody there, but there's literally nobody around. He says, "See, nothing to worry about," and I'm a little more relaxed this time. Now, I look around once more, and I'm sure that I can see somebody again. Well, I don't see a person, but I just see the faintest glisten of glass, like somebody with binoculars is staring at us. And I try and get my dad to look at it, but he says, "Son, I don't have my glasses with me or binoculars. I can't see it." And I'm completely baffled now because literally dead in front of him, I can see the glisten of something, but he's not paying attention. The thing that scared me is this is pointed directly at the tree that we're a part of, so they knew we were here. But again, my dad's dismissive and says, "Come on, son, we're nearly there now." And that was that. So I go down the tree first, and I actually got stuck halfway down and my dad had to free me, but eventually we make it to the bottom. Things are a little bit better now, and I feel fortunate for that. So now, with the sun getting closer to setting, we eventually head off and finally make it to the new campground. And this is when my dad finally or formally acknowledges that something's off. He says, "Yeah, you're kind of right. There was definitely someone here at some point." I say, "What do you mean?" He said, "God, I've reserved this spot. There shouldn't be anybody here." And my dad was more annoyed about spending money and someone tainting his precious spot, which again I think is pretty bizarre. I asked him, "Well, how do you know someone's here?" And he said, "Look, there's some tracks here and they're pretty fresh. And you can kind of see a weird boot print. It's almost like they come up to where the campground is and then just go off into the tree line, but you can tell they're pretty fresh." There was also evidence of some kind of fire being here not too long ago. And what does my dad do? Just dismisses it. Pretty annoyed now, I walk off and I know where a lake is that I can go and get a good view of. It's not really a lake, it's more like a body of water, but I want to just get away from him for a bit and clear my head. Looking back on it, it probably wasn't a good idea, but it felt like the thing to do. I sit there for a while and my dad's aware of where I've gone because I've told him, but not the exact reason for it. I keep on playing the events over and over again in my head, and I start to worry that maybe I've got some kind of weird flu that's making me see things. Or maybe that's just how it is when you're out here on places like this. There's things that you can see, things that you can almost touch, but they aren't actually there. I mean, I don't know. I've heard lots of people scaring themselves like this, and I know that it's some kind of self-fulfilling cycle, and I try to relax myself more, finally taking my dad's side of the story. I mean, it does seem pretty weird that my dad's got no recollection of these things really, and he never seems to be able to see it, but that's fine. So I start to feel a bit better now, and I start throwing some stones into the water. I was trying to get the stones to skip, but it wasn't really working. And then, what do I know? Over my shoulder, a stone goes just past my head, and I hear sorry. Now I'm frozen then. It doesn't sound like my dad. And I can hear someone approaching now. I decide to get the biggest rock I can and turn around quickly and scream, and I'm met with my dad. He says, "God, son, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get the stone that close to you, but I want to help you out." And I dropped the stone and my God, and kind of cursed myself for being so silly once more. My dad actually showed me how to skip the stones, and it was pretty cool. I can never really get them to bounce more than a couple of times, but I found if you got the right shape on and threw it with your arm kind of twisted, you would actually be able to make them move in the water, which I thought was pretty cool. It's something I've been doing ever since, actually, when I get the chance, but my dad says sorry for not believing me, and I say sorry for just making him worry for no reason. We made up from a little kind of falling out, and we head back for a night that I'm never going to forget. So, we get back to the campgrounds, and my dad looks a little bit more worried, and I keep asking him what's wrong. He keeps telling me, "Son, don't worry, there's nothing." But he eventually says that he feels like somebody's watching us now and can't shake it. He tells me that he's going to have his knife near the door, and if anything comes, they're going to get it. And that actually makes me feel a little bit more safe. And then eventually, we drift off to sleep. Now, I'm awoken by the urge to pee, and I don't know what the time was, but I remembered there were plenty of stars out, and I'd never really paid attention to them before. I remember thinking to myself that I could actually look at this all day, and I couldn't get over how beautiful the view actually was. These stars look absolutely gorgeous, and as I'm standing there, I realise that it's time to pee now, so I head off and go to an area that I can urinate in. After finishing my business, I go to turn around and I feel something. Within what's probably less than a second, somebody sweeps me up and I go to scream, but my mouth is covered. I don't know what's happening, all I know is the adrenaline and rush of it, and I start desperately trying to fight my way back. This terrifying situation suddenly hits my conscious at once, and I realise that somebody has literally swooped me up and is heading off into the tree line. Every second that they take a step further away from my dad and safety is agonising, and I try harder to scream. I'm screaming, "Dad, Dad," and then I hear somebody telling me to be quiet. They tell me that if I make another sound that they're going to kill me right here and now. And the way they said it and their tone makes me entirely believe them, and I go more quiet. I'm still trying to struggle to escape, but I just can't. All I know is that I'm very disorientated and I don't know where I'm going. Every so often I get another view of the stars up ahead of me, and I keep trying my very best to fight back. Then suddenly, I remembered something that I could do from a survival class that we had in school. Apparently, if you're in a situation like this, then you want to gouge eyes or hit some sensitive parts, and I choose the latter. With all my 14-year-old strength, I swing back and whack down as hard as I can, and I hit this guy in, well, you can imagine where. And finally, with a thud, I hit the ground. Now, I got up and immediately started screaming like a bat out of hell, and I start running. I run so quick that immediately I knock myself over from hitting into a tree, and then I go silent. I then hear somebody screaming out, "Hey, hey," and I realise that my dad's woke up. I can hear someone panicking around me, swearing, saying, "Where are you? Just come here. We're going to go on an adventure." They keep repeating that. All I knew that I could do in this moment is to remain as quiet as I possibly can. I do this for another 2 or 3 minutes before I realise that this person has gone off and I don't know where they are. Now I'm met with a choice. I can either make noise so my dad knows where I am, or remain as quiet as possible, but I decide it's time to make some noise, and I start to make my way towards my dad screaming. I say, "Dad, Dad." He says, "Son, come into the light." And I start sprinting towards him and stupidly go into another tree. I didn't actually feel the pain of it until afterwards, so I mean, I was probably pumped full of adrenaline because of the situation that I was in. I run over to my dad and he grabs me and says, "Where is he? I'm gonna kill that," and lots of profanities. I tell him I don't know where he is, and my dad's so angry that he's shaking with a knife and torch in one hand. I say, "Dad, we've got to get back," and he says, "Son, I know." My dad curses out very loudly, saying, "I'm gonna kill you," over and over again, and he takes me back to the tent, still screaming this. He says, "Sonny, you're right," and asks me to explain what happened, and he starts profusely apologising for not believing what I said, and he tells me, "Don't worry, we're gonna get him." We get some of the basic things we need, and my dad grabs me by my hand, holding my hand very tightly, and we start heading along the trail again, and we start the path back to where we started originally. It doesn't take too long, and we're pretty much back where we're supposed to be, and my dad immediately gets onto a phone at the station, makes a call to the police and waits for the police to arrive. He keeps on asking me over and over again what happened and how, and eventually the police arrive and I can't actually describe the person, because the thing is I couldn't see them at all, but I do give quite a detailed account of what had happened in the days leading up to it. The police put it down to an attempted kidnap and they do a large manhunt. Now, we get everything together and drive home, and my dad just constantly apologises for not believing me sooner. He says that as soon as we get home he's going to come back and join the search with his knife. Well, it turns out he wasn't able to do that in the end, because obviously the police aren't going to let him go out there and kill someone, and eventually he calms down enough to come back to his senses. Now, this whole ordeal only lasted for a few days, but it actually felt like a lifetime. I'll never forget the image of that person running off somewhere into the woods and me hiding, or of the torches of the police going into the forest trying to hunt this person. I wish I could say that they got to him, but I don't think it ever happened. Now, for all I know, that person could still be out there at large and could be preying on other people like me. It sounds bad to say, but I really wish that my dad could have just got to him and finished him off, because what that guy could have done to me is not even worth thinking about. I'm just very grateful for the survival lessons which I had, which allow me to react accordingly in this situation. I think everyone listening to this should do similar training, because you don't know when you actually need it. I've spoken to my dad about this many times after, and he said that it was only on the first day that he kind of got concerned, but after I kept on saying something that seemed so unbelievable, he just couldn't believe it himself. And he said because of his service, he was pretty convinced that it couldn't have been the case, because he had never seen anything like it before. Apparently cases this bad are very uncommon, and he just never expected to experience one himself. We did eventually go on lots of different camping adventures after that, and they were much better, but we wouldn't go to very desolate places or where nobody was around. I think that's key to this. I think if you go to places that are miles away from different people, or any people for that matter, then you're not going to find the best of people. And probably lots of times that you think that you're on your own in the forest, you might actually not be, and that is an incredibly dangerous thing, I think. Yes, I learnt this the hard way, but I'm glad that I'm still alive today. Before I'd eventually become a park ranger, I was a scout. I actually went on some summer trips to get some training in, and just try and get used to the great outdoors a bit more. I'd always thoroughly enjoyed these trips. I remember though that my view of this changed when I got older. Now let me explain. My father had also worked as a scout leader, so I didn't really feel uncomfortable being in those kind of environments. I pretty much had all of the work to do with my dad at home. He would really teach me the most. We would go on lots of trips together, out into the woods, so that way I could get accustomed and acclimatized to it. I'd actually known for a long time that I'd want to work as a park ranger when I got older, and my dad actually really helped and supported me with this. I found having a strong figure like that in my life definitely helped me. He could always give me guidance and the confidence whenever I needed it. He also seemed to be able to sense good things were happening when they were. I haven't really met anybody else similar. My dad actually says that he can sense paranormal and things like that, which he's also kind of evidenced before. He might be able to walk into a place which is old and say, "I don't like this room." And then later, we'd find out that the room was haunted supposedly and things like that. So I'd always really trusted my dad. And I remember, like I said, one specific event happening which I couldn't explain with my father. This is a digression from the main story, but I think it's quite interesting to share it. Now this happened when we went out together, and my dad wanted to show me how to do some hunting. We'd always bring some supplies with us, but he always emphasized the importance of making sure that you had more than enough and that you didn't leave anything out there. He said there's nothing worse than being hungry out here. Apparently you couldn't always hunt when you needed to, and also if you went into certain areas you couldn't just take what you wanted from the land. That was mind-blowing for me at the time because I just wasn't used to there being rules. I thought you could do whatever you wanted because in my young mind nobody owned this land, but of course I was wrong. I remember we set out and my dad seemed to be a little bit confused. He kept on repeating again and again that no, this isn't where we should be. We should be somewhere different by now. This is before we had smartphones or GPS, so he was constantly looking down at a map. I tried to look and help, but I could make literally no sense of the thing whatsoever. But we were certainly lost. We'd only been out here for about an hour or two, which was especially strange. Now, eventually, we seem to be able to figure out roughly where we are, but the more that we go on, the more my dad tells me that no, we're just not where we should be. I've never really seen my father panic before, so I guess it was a little bit weird seeing him starting to. Then again, we'd only been out here for about half an hour or so before eventually we find our way back. What was weird is that it seemed very dark, almost like it was about to rain. We've been so focused on getting ourselves back out of here that we hadn't really noticed it until now. Really weird. That's when my dad looks at his clock and he's absolutely shocked. 12 hours have passed since we've been out there. It'd literally been about an hour according to me and my dad, or maybe an hour and a half. There was no way that 12 hours could have passed in that short amount of time. My dad kept checking on his watch to make sure it was working, hitting it a few times. We then get back into his car and yep, 12 hours times passed and it was truly nightfall, not just the weather changing. That was extremely weird. I still can't explain it to this day. It's almost like we stepped into another reality and time had kind of warped around us. I don't know how to explain it, but it was definitely weird. Now for my main story, like I said, I was pretty big into the Boy Scouts, and I remember one group that I'm never going to forget. I'd been sent away there one summer to spend about a month with them, and I said goodbye to my mum and dad and excitedly went forward. I was very excited to collect all of the badges and do all of the challenges because in my mind, it was accelerating my career. I remember the first couple of days went pretty well and nothing seemed to be too far out of the ordinary. However, strange things started occurring. Every so often they would go away from where I was and they would just do weird things. I mean, they would just act weird and say weird things that I didn't understand. In my young mind, I presumed that this is because they're talking in another language and it's one that I'm not used to. I was probably about 13 or 14 at the time, so I was definitely young, but again, I wasn't too fazed by this. So I thought not much of it. Now after a couple of weeks, I kept on getting this burning smell in my tent. I'd wake up in the night time, and sometimes I could have swore that I'd see movement. I just couldn't explain it. I'd wake up in the morning, and I'd ask the team if anybody had went anywhere, but they'd reassure me that no, nobody went anywhere and just going back to sleep was the best thing I could do, so I did. There was a few other kids there too, but they basically slept through everything, and I basically start to doubt whether it's in my head or not. I had some good intelligence at the time to realise something was off, but I kind of pushed this away from the forefront of my mind. So we go out one day again, and while walking through the woods, I do notice that there's other people coming in the opposite direction. I think we're out to do fishing or something like this that day, I couldn't remember, but they were dressed pretty weird. They were also carrying something that stunk. I went to wave at them and one of the others said, no, it's fine. I then realised that he knows these people, and again, it kind of reassured me, but I didn't really trust it for some reason. There was about 5 of them walking in a row, holding something carried on their shoulders which was tied in but covered in a bag, so I couldn't tell what it was. So they go off. So now, we get to the fishing spot, and again, nothing's too weird. We just get on with our things, and that's when I start speaking to some of the other kids there. They say apparently that they've heard some weird things in the night now. Finally, I'm not alone. I say, what did you hear? And they say that they've heard screaming and even seen blood and things like that around where we were camping, and strange markings. I don't know what to think of it, and I think maybe somebody got hurt out in the woods or something. But I was so confident being with this group of adults that I presumed that nothing could hurt me and that it's all in my head. So I decided not to tell the others about the weird things that I had been noticing too. I was actually a little bit annoyed that nobody said anything to me earlier. Like, why did everybody else seem to know of these other things but me? Strange, I think. Now we go on for almost the last week, and I'm then awoken in the night by something else strange. I hear a constant whacking sound. It's like somebody punching a tree with a metal glove. It's almost like not as strong as a hammer, but not much else, if that makes sense. It sounded like a thud, but it was just off. I then wake up in the night and I go to try and figure out what this is. I slowly peer out of my tent, and further up ahead, I can see something crazy happening. I can literally see some kind of animal laying there on the ground which has clearly passed away, blood absolutely everywhere, then people dancing around it. I can now make out the reason that I'm hearing the thudding sound. Somebody's beating a drum. I think it's crazy, but being so scared I just go back to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I didn't want to go outside of my tent, but I really needed more water, so that forces me out. One of the leaders there asks why I'm late, and I start explaining what I heard, and he looks a little bit weird about it. He says, I don't know, can you describe them? And he looks at me weirdly, and he says, don't think too much about it. I now realise that something's really off here. So we go on for another few days, and eventually, my dad appears out of nowhere. Now, I don't know why he come, but he says that he needs to take me home because of some kind of family emergency. So, I head off home with my dad. It turned out somebody in our family got quite unwell very quickly, and we had to see them overnight, but luckily they were fine. Now everything's normal for the next couple of years, and that's when I asked my dad about the group much later. The more I explain it to him, the more concerned he looks, and I say, yeah, there was just something odd about the group. He then asked me to detail what had happened, and he looks at me very weirdly, and he says, son, I'm so sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I then ask him to explain more, and he says that I think I've made a horrible mistake. He then does some researching and looking round, and it turned out that there was an occult operating out in the woods where I went, and there were some people which were pretending to be Boy Scout leaders that were actually trying to recruit young children into their cult. Now, it absolutely blew my mind when I heard this. I can never be 100% sure that that is what happened to me, but from what I saw and heard, it seems very likely that that was the case. My dad coming over there that time probably saved me from God knows what happening to me. When I was 18, a friend and I were sitting on her couch watching TV. Suddenly, I get a strange feeling that I should turn around. Behind us, on the left, was a closed window, the shades shut and drapes drawn. It was night time. Then out of nowhere, this variant white orb, which is 6 inches or so in diameter, comes bursting through the closed windows, blinds and drapes, and makes no sounds. The orb hovered in the rear of the room for a couple of seconds, then darts left and right, and then turned around, returning to where it came from. I don't know what to think, and realised that my friend is actually looking in the same direction. We said nothing for a couple of moments, and then I asked, "Did you see that?" "Yeah," she said. We returned to watching television. I don't believe this was a ghost. I believe it was in some part of a UFO, some intelligent device used to search and evaluate locations and entities. I don't know, it was really weird. All of this took place in New York too, but I don't know what to think of it. Now, a few years ago, my friends and I went on a 45-mile, 3-night kayaking trip down the Green River in Kentucky, which runs above the Mammoth Cave System, the world's longest known cave system with more than 400 miles of passageways. We brought everything that we needed with us in our kayaks and one canoe. That's food, tents, water filtration, etc., and camped on one side of the river when it starts to get dark. We decided that we should find some level enough ground though. Now the first night was uneventful, except to say that there is nothing like a wall of fireflies against a mountainous black tree line at night in the middle of nowhere. The second day around sunset, after a long day of kayaking and baking in the July heat, we come upon a stream on the bank that opened up into a large ravine. The stream, as we found out, was a caving spring, pouring out blue, freezing cold water into a lagoon. It's about 30 feet wide and so deep the blue water turned black after a few feet. The lagoon had a long sandy beach, secluded by hills on either side of a tall overhanging cliff behind and above us. It's beautiful, otherworldly like. Time moves slowly there. We decided to camp there for the night. The sand was soft, white and very fine. It's really ideal for good sleeping. Now, for some reason, the place deeply scares me, but I didn't speak up. We're all tired and everybody's having fun. We built a small fire and enjoy stargazing through the leaf canopy for a while before everybody has to go to bed. I slept hard that night. At around 5 AM, I woke up with the urge to relieve myself. Now it was still dark. I actually have the tent door basically halfway popped out, and I stick my head out and I hear a loud scream and roar sound. I immediately cowled back into the tent and zipped it up close, and I then waited. The scream came from about 10 feet to my left, near the dwindling fire. It was high-pitched, but not like an owl screech. It was wretched, a pain scream with a lower pitch at the end. Being that we're in the middle of nowhere in Kentucky, it's likely a fox or boar or some kind of bird. Whatever it was, I laid awake for an hour listening. I heard absolutely nothing though. Now granted, we're on a soft beach, but I didn't hear a single twig snap or leaf crinkle until eventually whatever it was shuffled away. It's so bizarre. I should mention at this time that up the beach and off the side of the lagoon was a small dry cave opening, maybe 3 feet wide. I cannot say with any certainty that it was not some ancient cave-dwelling creature that seemed to live there and surfaced to see us. I eventually somehow fall asleep again and awoke the next morning shaken. I then began asking my friends if they've heard the terrible sounds, but nobody has. We then passed down the Green River. The third night at dusk, we come upon a large rocky beach. We pulled our boats ashore and decided that this would have to do, as we didn't want to go further down the river risking being stuck on the water at dark. This rocky beach was where the river split into two, and in the middle formed a collection of pale rocks, tall grass and dried out wood, and a desolate pile of muck the size of a football field. The landmass was covered in jumping sand spiders and tiny frogs, again otherworldly. We set up camp, ate, and went to bed around the same time. It was silent for probably 20 or 30 minutes, I'm not sure. I was asleep, and so were most of the others. Suddenly, my dream was interrupted by what sounded like a booming loud, mechanical wooden beast. I woken up and shot up straight. It was truly the loudest thing I've ever heard. It sounded honestly like a massive bulldozer tearing down a huge steel and wooden building, and then come a boom. It was followed by its echo throughout the river valley. The animals shifted, and the birds flew away. We were all awoken by the crash and yelling in confusion at our other tents. Nothing but silence follows outside, and nobody was particularly willing to shine a light towards whatever that was. Eventually we agree it's probably a tree and go back to sleep. The next morning, the more I thought about it, it didn't sound like a tree. I must stress it had a metallic quality, and it was projected purposefully, almost like a roar. In the morning light, we find no evidence of anything out of the ordinary, nor any obvious trees that have fallen which could have made such a sound, so we pack up and headed out onto the river one last time to head home. My friends and I still speak about the trip and the weird things that happened. We did the same kayak trip a couple of years later and nothing out of the ordinary happened. No mysterious forest sounds, to both my disappointment and relief. I grew up in a very small rural town in Michigan. This place was so small that everybody knew everyone. My high school graduation class consisted of less than 30 people. It was a place with a very small population, but geographically, it wasn't small at all, consisting mostly of wooded areas and open fields. Houses are spread out, and nothing like what you see in the city. I mean, the nearest city was hours away. I lived on a dead-end gravel road. My neighbour's at the very end of the road, and to my left, there's about a 5-minute walk before you meet the others. You could barely see the neighbour's house through the sparse trees. To the right is another neighbour. My uncle and aunt and my favourite cousin actually live about 5 minutes away. I could only see their house if I walked to the end of my driveway. My house was the second to last one on the road, and just before my house was a really long driveway. I suppose you could call it another road, but it led directly to a house behind mine that belonged to a man I'll call Dave. Now there's a large open field, followed by another sparse tree line, and Dave's house is behind that. I could easily see his small house perched on the top of a tiny hill in the distance. I loved growing up there. It was my favourite place in the world. My mum and dad worked in town, and my older brother, my younger sister and I were always left to our own devices growing up. We were always playing outside. My siblings and I are all born within the first half of the 90s, so we grew up during a time where there weren't really cell phones. We didn't have cable TV, just a few channels when we got an antenna. And our parents usually kicked us out of the house from sunrise to sunset because they didn't want us being stuck indoors. Because of this, we often explored the land around the area. Being 90s babies, our parents for some reason trusted us to literally wander everywhere. Never once did they check up on us. Now the house behind us was extremely creepy. We rarely saw anyone come or go, and believe me, they were very nosy and would know if somebody was driving down the road. The upstairs bedroom window overlooked the front of the house, and my sister upstairs' window overlooks the back of the house. We also had a giant set of sliding glass doors at the back of our house that opened up to the back door porch. They were so big it practically took up the whole wall, so we literally saw everything. Despite the neighbour behind us rarely being seen going anywhere or seeing anyone show up there, we just knew he was creepy. We used to call him Creepy Dave, and still do to this day, including my parents. I can't really explain why we started to call him that, but it seems so fitting. We used to walk through the field and along the tree line towards Dave's house. We were careful not to walk all the way up the driveway. We'd usually just play near the tree line and the fields around the area. The fields are owned by a local farm, family friends or my parents, so we weren't exactly trespassing onto Dave's property if we stayed just far enough down. Sometimes we would get a little brave and creeped up the road more. I can remember inside the ditches leading up to his driveway, there would be animal bones, fully intact skeletons, even a deer skull. It had all been there long enough to be pure bone. That alone was creepy enough for young kids to see. When I was in middle school, Dave married this woman. I can't remember for the life of her name, but she had 2 children. A daughter I'll call Lisa and son I'll call Dustin. Now they started to ride the bus with me and my siblings to school. They always hated it when the bus drove up the eerie driveway to their house. I can remember one winter, the bus actually got stuck in the snow. The bus driver had to try and shovel us out, and while everyone was stuck waiting for the bus, I happened to look out the window at the barn near the house. It was still dark out, but just starting to turn to dawn, so the sky was bluish, but still dark, and you can see silhouettes. I kid you not, standing there on the second level of the barn, there's Creepy Dave holding a pitchfork. He's not even doing anything, he's just staring at us watching. All I can see is his outline. It frightens me so much that I turn my whole body away from the window and start tearing up a bit. My best friend sitting next to me says what's wrong, and I can't even tell her. I don't know what it was, but it scared me so badly. I don't know if anybody else saw him up there, but I still picture it. That was the last time I actually saw Dave for myself, but unfortunately, he didn't disappear fully from our lives. I used to stay up late in middle school watching movies and reading. I've always been a night owl, and sometimes my sister and I would stay up on the weekends all night watching films. One night it's very late. After 3 AM, my sister had fallen asleep, but I was still awake. All of a sudden, we hear a very loud pounding coming from the door that led to our garage. We had a huge bay window in the living room, and a front door to the left of it. Our garage was on the right. Our window faces a driveway, and we have multiple dogs, so whoever this was come from behind the house, crept into our garage so the dogs don't know. I was so scared. My sister starts crying. I started screaming for my dad. He come running out of his bedroom in his underwear holding a shotgun. He went to the door and it's Dave's wife, crying hysterically. I have no idea what happened, but my dad never even told me, and the cops show up. Over time, this happened a few more times. It got to the point where my sister and I stopped sleeping in the living room. And eventually one night, my dad told Dave's wife she needs to stop coming running to our home for help and needed to go to the other neighbours. Thinking back, I feel bad, but my dad was clearly worried about us. These occurrences stopped for a while until one morning, I walked downstairs to SWAT vans parked around the road, men in uniforms with vests and guns crouching in the backyards, and they're pointing directly towards Dave's house. I freaked out. I ran into the living room, into the front entrance, and my dad was standing there with a sheriff. The sheriff had been telling my dad that during the night, Dave held his wife and daughter at gunpoint. I'm not sure where her son was, but he hadn't been there. Eventually, this man in his drunken fit of rage blacked out and passed out, and the wife and daughter escaped. I'm still not sure which neighbour they went to, but the cops are called. Upon getting there, he actually shot at them, and that's when the SWAT was called in. I suppose sneaking through my yard across the field was their way to get an element of surprise, but hell, how is a young girl supposed to know what to do when all this is going on? Dave went to prison and I have no idea of the outcome, nor his family. The kids never went back to school. Apparently he's out now but never come back here. All I know is his creepy house is still there and it's been abandoned for ages. This was a few years ago during my freshman year of college. A couple weeks into school, this girl I had class with asked me if I wanted to go to a concert. She'd been given 2 tickets as a gift, and still being early in the school year, I didn't really have friends, nor did she, so we decided to go. We live in a large city, and the concert was in a small town about an hour away by train. We get to know each other on the way there, and by the time we get off the train, it's very dark. The street lamps are sparse. We're dressed in our outfits for the concert, and the venue's about a 10-minute walk away. Neither of us had ever been out of town before, and we're having some trouble using Google Maps to figure out what direction to head in. I, generally being pretty wary of strangers, am content to continue struggling with my phone map. However, my new friend decides to ask a man on the street for help. He looks like he's in his 30s, about 6 feet tall, blonde, and he's wearing a suit with no tie, and the top couple of buttons are undone. He tells us he knows where the venue is and can get us there. He says, do we want to walk? Now he says what are our names and how old are we, and where are we from. Not necessarily creepy, but I'm getting a bad vibe. It's dark. The streets become practically empty from the train station. We end up reaching an intersection, and he starts to turn right. I'd continued to look on Google Maps once we started walking, and having become better orientated, we're now moving. I know that we need to take a left. I say this, but he says, nah, you're wrong. And I say I'm looking at the map, but he says it must have gotten confused. We turn left and he continues walking with us, assuring us that now he knows where he's going. The map says a concert's up ahead, and in the distance, I can see people all heading in the same direction. Again, our guide says that this is wrong, and he starts walking into a very secluded area near the woods. My friend is starting to get worried, and looks very superstitious. I'm gonna leave that in. My friend has also become suspicious, and we tell him that we're gonna continue straight. He insists that the venue is through the parking lot, and when we point out to the people up ahead, he says it's a shortcut, it's much quicker. We thank him for his help and keep walking. As we leave him, he stands there in the parking lot yelling, "You guys are gonna get lost. You need help." Luckily, he didn't follow us and stopped yelling once we got closer to the crowd. We got to the venue soon after, had a great time at the concert, and I'm scared he'd be waiting for us. Luckily, he never found us again. I'm positive if we went into the woods, something very bad would have happened. My family and I have been hunting on the same property in East Texas for over 10 years. I love Texas. And we've had some really creepy encounters with some of the locals. This property we hunt on is timber company land. It's way off the beaten path down some dirty roads. No power, no running water, no sewer. There's only a few people that live in the area, only scattered around some hunting camps. Our closest neighbours live in a trailer about a mile away, and we've come to call this a meth house. Now I'm not sure if it's really a meth house, but it wouldn't be hard to believe that was happening there. Now this place has always been odd. There is a trailer sitting in the middle of a pine clearing. The brush is fairly overgrown around the trailer, almost as if the property is abandoned. There have always been broken down cars and other junks grown around the front. cow skulls and hip bones are attached to a pine tree going off about 20 feet. It started out maybe 10, and over the 10 years has grown out to about 20. Now for a long time, the strangest thing about that place is a vibe you get. In 2017, things get weirder. The front yard collection began to grow. A rotted out taxidermy of wild hogs was added to the skull tree. A doll's head was fixed with horns onto some kind of stick in the ground, which we called the devil baby. There's 3 tripods about 12 feet high, each erected around the trailer made out of pine trunks. One day when we drove by, we noticed that from one of these tripods hung the spinal column and rib cage of we don't know what. We thought originally they were using the tripods to hang and clear deer, but the same bones have been hung there for over a year now, and someone would usually get rid of this. So, we've had no encounters with the residents and don't even know what they look like or if they actually lived there long term. This place was creepy. They seemed to keep to themselves. Until later in that season we had 2 creepy encounters. The first happened to my good friend. He had made a quick day trip with his wife up to the property to fill feeders and ride 4-wheelers. To get to the spot, he has to get on the dirt road and drive past the meth house. His spot is only a few hundred yards away from the house. While they were doing their thing, they began to hear some strange noises. And as he listened closer, he could hear high-pitched gibberish between 3 voices yelling weird words in Arabic and with Jesus mixed in. They decided to get on the 4-wheeler and investigate. They found 2 men squatted down besides a large mud pile in front of the house. They were splashing and bouncing around while furiously speaking gibberish. Once they noticed the 4-wheeler, they stopped and stared like animals. My buddy quickly took off. The second encounter happened to me and my brother. We were up there alone for the weekend and were relaxing by the fire on a pitch black night after a long day's hunt. We began to hear something strange in the distance. It was pipe organ music. It wasn't a recording of a pipe organ, but somebody actually playing one. They were missing notes and sporadically starting and stopping. We laughed about how it was like something out of a horror film, but the music continues for hours. Then all of a sudden, we hear crashing through the brush. Now we're actually in a very thick area of brush. It is between our camp and the direction of our house. This doesn't sound like the usual spooked deer or armadillo roaming around, or hogs even. It's made by something very large. Now the rest of the night it's quiet, and there's no more organ music, and we don't know what caused this. Now not too much has happened since then, but we've made a point never to go there alone, but to maybe one day scout it out overnight. The summer before 2nd grade, my family and I moved into Olympia, WA. I with my parents and my older sister back then. My sister is 2 years older than me, so she would have been in the 4th grade. My sister celebrated her 10th birthday that same year by having a handful of friends over for a sleepover. We owned a trampoline back then and often had sleepovers and used the trampoline during the summer months. We lived near a forest. Now we have many fond memories of sleeping on the trampoline under the stars, but this, however, this was not one of those fond memories. Seeing as it was my sister's party, I was younger, and the annoying brother am not invited to the trampoline party. I do, however, remember how the events unfolded. It all began when around 6 or so girls came fleeing inside screaming about a man in the woods. A backyard at this house was fenced off to the left and right side, but was not fenced on the backside as our backyard continued into a beautiful forest backdrop. According to the girls, as they're out on the trampoline enjoying their sleepover, a man in a yellow rain jacket appeared in the woods. The random creepy man proceeded to stand there in the woods and stare at the 6 10-year-old girls the whole time they're out there. He didn't respond to them when they attempted addressing him or even break eye contact. It was at this point that the girls were so scared they collectively ran as fast as they could inside. After the girls relayed their experience to my parents and I, the three of us reached to the window to see this man. When we get to the window, all we can see is a glimpse of the yellow jacket as he disappeared further into the forest, beyond the borderline of the neighbouring fence, out of sight. My dad sprinted outside yelling at the man, threatening him, calling the police but we can't see him. My parents did call the police and filed a report, but nothing ever come of it. After this experience, our parents thought twice about letting us sleep on the trampoline at night. We ended up moving a year later. When I was quite young, maybe 9 or 10, my mum, sister, who's about 4 or 5, and I went for a walk in the forest. It was a large forest, well known for camping and having picnics, and we had walked through there many times before. The three of us walked for quite some time until we found a spot to have a picnic. After eating our food, we explored the various mushrooms and trees dotted around the place. When it started to roll over into late afternoon, we decided it was time to head back, and we made the walk back to the forest. There was always an eerie feeling when you're in the forest, in any forest no matter where. When we arrived back, we're shocked to see police cars everywhere and hear sirens. We had no idea what happened, but nevertheless, we got back into our car and drove home. I was wondering what could have happened the entire night back, when finally, my questions are answered. My mum and I sat down to watch the 7 o'clock news and found out that while we're having a picnic, the police had discovered a body buried in a shallow grave in that very forest. The reporter explained that the men involved were doing stuff with drugs and other criminal activities. As I was quite young when all this occurred, I didn't think much of it. Sure, I was creeped out, but I didn't completely understand it. Looking back now, it gives me chills thinking about it. I often wonder what would have happened if we were the ones to discover the body. I've been really wanting to share this story for some time now, but haven't found a good outlet until coming across here. About 5 years ago, my wife and I went on a weekend camping trip with our 2 closest friends, another married couple. The campsite is just outside of Yosemite and really beautiful. The beauty of it and creepiness of it is that you take a dirt road for about an hour and a half off the main road to get to it. It's extremely secluded, but never felt threatening. It's a really popular campsite, so there's always people around, especially in the summer. The first day was awesome. I don't remember exactly what we did, but I remembered having a great time there. The campsites are fairly close together, and usually separated by various shrubs, etc. I thought we were all getting pretty pumped up about the site, as there were no neighbours around the sides, just forest, and no one occupying the site closest to us. This isn't common, as these campgrounds stay fully booked throughout the summer. Day 2 started normally. We had breakfast and then head to the lake for a couple hours. The lake was about a 20-minute hike from the main campground. We ended up getting back at around 2ish, and we noticed that the site next over to us had a silver rented car parked on it. We didn't think much of it, and went about a fire. At some point, we noticed the occupants of the site next to us. It's a pretty average looking white dude, maybe early 40s. He was so average looking that it's hard to even picture him. We all immediately caught on to the fact that he was constantly looking over at us. My friend Dave even made a comment to me under his breath saying, "You notice that guy keeps looking here." I remembered feeling uncomfortable as we're all in our bathing suits from the lake. But I make a conscious effort just to ignore it. It's worth mentioning that we're a little buzzed/drunk, not out of control, just feeling good. Throughout the afternoon and into the evening, we continued to notice the guy constantly staring at us. In hindsight, Dave or I should have called him out. The story doesn't make us look great, but whatever. I had been stressed at work prior to the trip and really didn't want to let some creepy dude throw off my relaxed vibes. The alcohol coupled with the fact that we honestly kind of felt bad for him led to us not confronting it. I just thought he was a lonely dude. Aside from the start, there were a couple of mildly weird incidents that occurred leading up to the very weird stuff. The first was that at some point, he left his site to go and do whatever. When he was gone, a girl, probably in her mid-20s, about our age, walked by it and snapped a picture of his license plate. I remember asking her if she needed anything. She smiled and awkwardly kept going. Dave and I both thought it's odd, but we're preoccupied with beer. Later in the evening, around 7ish, the camp host was doing her round checks on people. She kept checking us in and moved on to him. I remembered all of us eavesdropping intently to what they're saying. I think we just wanted to hear what this creep sounded like. He kept asking questions about the bathhouse. We didn't know there was a bathhouse, or even what a bathhouse was. But he had 100 different questions about it. Where is it? When's it open? Is it private? Which are not weird, but in context, definitely odd. The sun started to go down. We're all drunk, so weren't too concerned with the creepy dude anymore. At one point, we went for a walk and I noticed him snooping around what we believed to be the bathhouse. Now, I would call out this kind of behaviour, but again, I was drunk and 5 years stupider at the time. We all continued to laugh and talk about how creepy he was. Now, we have a good time and keep drinking. At one point, the guy started eating beans aggressively out of a can in the light of his single lantern, no fire. He looked at us while doing so, and Dave and I noticed this and kind of snicker at each other about how weird it is. Eventually, compose yourself. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. I think the guy had left his site at this point. I remember joking, saying, I better not wake up to that guy looking in our window. My wife and I slept in our SUV with the seats folded down. Dave and Sarah slept in the camper shell of their truck. I remembered feeling creeped out as I fell asleep, but shrugged it off. Around 2 AM, both my wife and I were jolted awake by what we thought was a woman's scream. We both looked at each other and asked if each other heard that. We come to the conclusion that it was probably somebody trying to be loud, and decided to go back to sleep. As I was trying to sleep, I start feeling very unsettled. I decided to get out of the car and take a look around. I checked my door, trying to be as quiet as possible. I'd gotten about one leg out of the car when I heard faint but direct whispering coming from Dave and Sarah's camper shell about 4 feet away. I froze and then heard it again. I eventually realised that they were trying to tell me something. I whispered, "What?" And I heard Dave say, "Can you hear that? Start your car." I instantly realised that something is wrong, so rather than ask questions, I climbed back into my car and started it right away. Dave and Sarah busted out of the back of the camper and frantically jumped into my car. They tell me drive. They were too freaked out to even explain anything. Eventually I pulled over, figuring we're far enough away from whatever had freaked them out. Now finally, Sarah calmed down enough to tell us what happened. As she put it, she was woken by a light coming from a creepy dude's campsite. Apparently, he had lanterns and flashlights to spotlight himself, naked, staring in our direction. It gets weirder. At some point, he turns off the lights and tries to signal across to us. I'm talking like Morse code or something. Across the ravine, an old RV begins using its headlights to signal back. Dave is awake now. I question them on this detail, and they're both very clear they were communicating. Keep in mind, it's absolutely pitch black out. After a few minutes, they heard footsteps around their car, followed by a hard tap on the window. This is what caused Sarah to scream, hence waking me up. At this point, I decided we need to call the police. The problem was, there was absolutely zero cell service at the campsite. Furthermore, it was about an hour and a half up an old camp service road that was already very remote. So leaving at night wasn't an option. We decided the best course of action was to alert the camp host. We drove around and eventually found the trailer she lived in. She was understandably confused to be woken up at 3:30 in the morning, but was responsive. She mentioned that the guy was really weird when she even checked him in, and she called the police on her satellite phone. Apparently, there was a massive wildfire burning that weekend, and the police can't even send anyone until sunrise. The camp host said there wasn't really anything she could do beyond that. It really sucked to hear that. Now, I don't know what we can do, not to mention there's still that guy in the RV. One more thing really weird happened. At around 4 AM, we're all sitting in my car when a man in a hood walked right up to the window, and the second I noticed him, I turned on my engine and headlights. I'm not kidding you, he bolted off into the trees. We all sat in my car until sunrise, once the light was out. We went back to the site to pack up our things. His car was there with blankets hung in all the windows. The whole thing just felt gross and we wanted to get out of there, so quickly leave. After a couple of hours we left, I get a call from the police. They said they went out to the campsite and questioned the guy. He said he was simply showering. The cop told me there was nothing he could do. It was our words against his. He questioned the RV people. They said they didn't know anything, but he mentioned a quote, "A very rude camper screamed in the middle of the night." The whole experience with the police is frustrating. I tried following up. I even tried getting help from a family member who's a sheriff, but even he said there wasn't anything they could do unless that particular police chief really wanted to investigate. So there's my story. I learned a lesson about being polite when somebody's making you feel uncomfortable. Nowadays, I'm much more aggressive with crazy people. I also know it's not easy to hear this story and wonder why Dave or myself didn't just confront the guy, especially when he's literally naked near us. I don't know. I wish I had more courage, but honestly, it's really scary in the moment and you have no idea what their potential is. I'm okay admitting that. Clearly we were dealing with a very messed up person who had accomplices. I can only imagine their end goal. I hate to think of it. I just wish the police could have acted better. This happened in 2004 in northern Wisconsin. I was 16 at the time, out hunting deer with my dad and a friend of his, Frank. Now, I do remember this day like it was yesterday. My dad and I had a few different stands over in an area of maybe about 3/4 square mile. He had been hunting there for at least 10 years, and I'd been going with him since I was 5, up until I was about 12, which is the legal age to hunt with a rifle. This particular morning, we walked to my first stand. It's about 5 in the morning, so pretty dark out. I got situated and my dad and Frank went off to our other 2 stands over a ridge, maybe another 600 yards off. Sitting there in the dark is always eerie. Now not long after they left, I see a flashlight off in the direction that they left. It's always eerie in these situations. It's roughly 200 yards away now, moving in my direction. I figure they forgot something from the truck or I don't know, so I decide to radio to see what they're doing. We're sitting in the stand. Frank's about to head to another one. He says, obviously this flashlight is somebody else. Now this isn't super uncommon, and isn't really a big deal. The woods get crowded sometimes, and there is a spot to park in that general direction. I turn on my light so the other person knows I'm here. I ended up dozing off though, as it's pretty dark out. Now when I wake up, the sun's up. It's around 8 AM, and I sit there for a bit. I radio my dad to see if he's heard or seen anything moving. Nothing yet. There's a couple of gunshots off in the distance. I get up, go for a slow little walk to get my blood moving again. Then, not far away, maybe 30 yards out, I decide to return. When I come back to my sound, I sit down and take a real good look around. I have the feeling that I'm being watched, but nothing's going on. I finally look out to my left when I saw a big flashlight and something orange. For anyone unfamiliar, hunters have to wear blaze orange during the gun season. I radio to my dad and Frank to see if either one of them are here. My dad says no. I hear nothing from Frank and decide to grab my binoculars out of my backpack to see if it's Frank. This is not Frank, and this guy is looking at me through his scope. Rifle aimed directly at me, which is a massive no-no. You never point your rifle at anyone under any circumstances. Dumb people still do it though. It's few and far between, but it happens, which is why normal people like us use binoculars. At first I'm like, what an idiot. Thing is, even with me looking at him, he doesn't point the gun down. Now I'm starting to panic, thinking that he might shoot me. I slowly grab my rifle, get up and stay behind as many trees as I can, and walk down a little path to the side of my stand. My stand is on this kind of little knot. It's on the side of a much larger hill. I radio to my dad and tell him what's up. He says sit tight and stay out of sight. Obviously, as a 16-year-old, I can't do that and keep looking. Every time I look, he's aiming at me. He's always in different spots, still moving to my direction. I go back to look again, and he would be 30 yards away from the last time. A good 10 minutes of this happen, and my dad radios to me, "How you doing, bud?" Looking back, he's obviously trying to keep me calm at the thought that something serious might happen. He's still there but keeps moving. I don't know his problem. My dad tells me just keep hidden, he'll figure it out, that he'll be coming up near him in a minute or two. That's when I hear the shot. I lose my mind trying to get hold of my dad. Did he just get shot? Where is he? Did he have to shoot this guy? What's going on? I sit there for maybe 3 minutes. Feels like hours, and I hear, "Alright, coming out and head towards my stand." I peek over and I see my dad waving from alongside the ridge that the guy's been on. It turns out, Frank had been really restless and took a stroll and ended up on the other side of that particular ridge that the stranger's on, not knowing he's there. He knocked his radio batteries loose and couldn't communicate with us. Turned out the shot was actually Frank shooting a deer. My dad said as soon as Frank shot, the guy walked off from towards us, then to the logging road out of sight. I was driving late at night on the I-90 between Deer Lodge and Missoula, MT. I'm originally from Seattle, and I was driving back to Seattle after visiting family in Bozeman and Billings. The stretch of freeway between Deer Lodge and Missoula has some weird small mountain towns along either side. It's occasionally interrupted by large truck stops. Anyway, it's about 11:30 at night, and I'm on my way to my hotel in Missoula when I notice that I need some gas. I stop off in this random small town with one gas station with a 24-hour pump. It had a convenience store attached to it, but it was closed. I get this really weird vibe from the station as soon as I pull up to the pump. I hadn't turned off my car yet. I just put it in park and the engine was still running. I was about to shut off my car when, out of the corner of my eye, I see a dark figure come from the side of the closed convenience store, literally running at my car. Some instinct actually kicks in, and I pull my car back into drive and get the hell out of there. I look back in my rearview mirror to see the figure chasing after my car for a few seconds, but by that time, I make that turn and get back onto the freeway. I literally can't shake the feeling that I'm being followed for the rest of my drive either. Now this happened in 2009, so while smartphones did exist, they weren't as prevalent or as good as they are today. Even with my flip phone that I have at the time, I can't even get signal on it. Secondly, the events at the gas station happened in a span of about 20 seconds. Yeah, really quick. I arrive, park, turn off the car, see the dark figure running towards my car, and I put my car back into drive, burn rubber to get out of there, and I see the dark figure chasing after my car, tearing up on the freeway. And finally, someone mentioned the story of the Wendigo, and I've heard about it, but I wasn't isolated up in the mountains, and this was less than 30 seconds away from the freeway, so I don't really think it was that. I think the dark figure was a desperate meth head looking to rob someone or hurt someone. After you've driven hundreds of miles, your brain doesn't really think straight, but I don't know what it could have been. All I know is that it terrified me, and I still think about it to this day. I was walking on a trail in the crater lake to get back to my car, and as I'm doing so, I hear somebody running behind me. I look, and it's an older man by himself. I quicken my pace as the sun is setting, and it would soon be dark. He stops running, and starts up again, getting closer, and I do the same, trying to keep distance. It felt creepy, and I was so thankful when I saw another woman with a big dog not too far in front of me. I met up with her, and eventually, so did the guy. We all walked together now, and this man is very strange and socially awkward. He had a camera. I'm certain the woman and I had the same creepy feeling from the exchanges we'd given each other. She said if he came here alone, and he replies that his family's already down the hill waiting for him. I immediately felt very ill when I heard this. And then, the really weird thing happened. He took at least 3 pictures of the woman and I. I could have asked him to delete them, but honestly, he probably never would have done so. And I just wanted to get back to my car, because he's making me feel very uncomfortable. We finally reached the bottom of the hill, and I noticed that there's no family in sight for him. He gets in his car alone and drives off. I felt very lucky there was another person there with me. I'm sure he was some kind of predator. So I went on a backcamping trip in some youth program in North Cascades near Seattle. One of us got hurt from falling on a rock on our way to the base camp, so I had to help carry him back to the trailhead while being accompanied by one of the leaders. On the way back, we came across another young hiker, a woman. We talked as we're kind of taking a rest. She said she was going to summit one of the peaks on the trail later. The problem is, that's about 8 hours away, and she only has a light backpack. Now the next day, back at base camp, helicopters swarmed, and men were dropping. It was like a movie. I was taken back. Little did I know, there was a huge search and rescue looking for the same woman I interacted with just hours before. For 3 days every night, all I would hear was the distant calls of men yelling out her name, echoing off the basin walls in an endless search. I remembered hearing it was supposed to be a suicide, that she was a seasoned hiker, yet she didn't pack properly enough. It didn't make sense. Perhaps she just wanted to go a little bit further than stay. I remembered after I flew home I would never stop thinking of her, and I never stopped. I still look her up, just to see that she is never found, that she's not with her family, and I hate that. You just have to be really careful when you're hiking. This was a few years ago in October. Actually, around the time the nationwide clown stuff was happening. It's hunting season, and I'm driving to a town north of where I live to meet my dad and ride with him in his truck. It's about 4 a.m. Now, when I pull off the freeway, I'm waiting for the light to turn green when I see a dude cross the road. Totally normal. I pull away and turn into the parking lot for the usual meeting spot, a park and ride situation. I turn off my car and wait for my dad. I took off towards the main road, and that's when I see a young guy walking towards my car. It's October and really cold, so I can't even see out the windows well. He just continues walking right up next to me until he's about 15 feet away from my car. He just stood there maybe for 10 minutes motionless, just staring at me. I wasn't even too spooked. Like I said, it was hunting season, so I can defend myself, but after 10 minutes, he turns around and walks away, literally never to be seen again. To this day, I still have no idea who he was or what he wanted from me. I experienced a number of creepy things in my life, but this was by far the most scary of which ever happened to me. I'd worked as a park ranger for about 20 years before the experience had happened to me, so I kind of didn't expect anything too far out of the ordinary to happen. I'd like to share a few other tales before I get to my main story though, but the main one's definitely the most creepy for me. It still gives me nightmares actually. I remembered one of the most scary experiences I had, other than the main thing really, was somebody gone missing. Apparently it was a hiker wearing a blue coat, and some other hikers had actually reported seeing him somewhere out there. Apparently he was about 70 or so, who had always gone out there before, called Bill. Bill was actually quite popular with the locals too, so there was definitely some worry when nobody was able to see him again. Apparently he was supposed to return to his wife, but he never ended up doing so, and that's when we got called out to go and find where he'd gone. I had a bad feeling about this one before I ever started it actually. I was actually quite worried, which again wasn't really a normal thing for me. Usually I felt really truly at home while out there. Being in the sun hitting my face, I didn't think there was much of a better feeling. But on this day, for whatever reason, I had a strange cold feeling going through my veins. I knew something was off. So off I go. I was kind of expecting to find him somewhere laid out, needing some water or something, but for the first while of searching, I couldn't really see anything or anyone. I saw some other hikers actually wearing blue things, and I was kind of convinced that I'd actually seen him, but it turned out I didn't. I remembered thinking I'd seen him multiple times, and it just never seemed to come off correctly. I thought it was pretty weird. I mean, I was absolutely certain that I was looking at somebody. I'd focus for a second and they'd be gone. Now this went on for the first hour or two of my hike trying to find him. I got to about the midway point and one of my colleagues was taken over from me. I told him that you have to be careful because I've seen him out here a few times I think, but I can't figure out where. He says okay. I then start walking back and strangely, I keep on seeing him in his blue jacket. I'm pretty sure it's the same one because it matches what the description is, but it seems like every time that I get close he seems to just vanish. I thought this was especially odd. I get back and have my break and I had a power nap actually. My dream was quite a weird vivid one. I do remember this part. I seem to remember it really clearly. It was like I was doing my job in my sleep. But there he was, Bill. He said it's okay and to come with him. I was actually really confused by this and decided just to follow him. He eventually led me to a lake in my dream, and I thought, well, that was weird, because I woke up pretty much straight away after to the alarm that I'd set myself not to oversleep. It's also signified that it's now my time to go and help them out, so I made some effort to do so, and I switch over roles and I start heading back doing the search now. At the time I encountered another person, also in a blue jacket. I remember thinking to myself that why are there so many people out here in jackets like this? I must be going crazy or something. He said that he wanted to help me out. This guy actually looks really young compared to Bill, and I was pretty confident we were going to find him. We weren't really supposed to have help off of other people, but something just felt different this time and we set out. We start hiking the trail for a little while, and we get closer and closer to the designated search site. It didn't take too long before we found roughly where we were supposed to go, and this other person said, "I'm sure that I saw him by the lake." I say okay and ask him to show me, and then we both go down further to try and investigate the area where apparently he is. I remembered on this specific hike and walk that something felt really different. I don't know how to describe it, but I just felt really warm. We eventually get further down and come across the lake. I turn to ask that guy for his name and he's disappeared, and that's when I see something floating in the lake. I then realise that I'm looking at a person and they have a blue jacket. I have this horrible feeling and I go to sit down for a second and put my hand on my head. I go to look around for the guy who helped me, but I can't find him. I then realise that what I'm looking at is a body in the lake. It's certain now. I radio in for some help and I just wait there not knowing what to do. The person's clearly long gone, so there's absolutely no point in me trying to go over to them, so I just sit and wait. Eventually some others come over and retrieve the body and confirm that it was Bill. I then ask if they've seen another young hiker wearing a blue jacket, and they say no, there's nobody here. I think that's really odd. And then they say that nobody else has been in the area or seen around here all day other than me. It still kind of creeps me out. I think somehow he come to help me guide him back to the body or something. I don't know, it's weird. Especially that mixed in with the dream just really doesn't sit too well with me. But anyway, I'd like to get to the main point of my story. So I was doing one of my patrols one day, and I actually went further than where I was supposed to. My boss really wasn't the best at the time, and I was basically just glad to get away from him. I remembered while I was walking further and further away from him that there was something really odd up ahead. It's what I can only describe as a Sasquatch. Out from a tree emerges a figure which is probably 7 feet tall, and I was met with an absolutely horrendous smell. This thing was covered in all black, and at first I was convinced it was a bear, but then I could see it wasn't. It was more humanoid shaped, if that makes sense. This thing looked at me, and I locked eyes with these terrible dark eyes for all of 2 seconds before it turns and starts coming towards me. No, I'm not joking, it honestly felt like the ground was shaking somehow. It couldn't have been because I was so far away, but I'm frozen in the spot for a second before I realise this thing's picked up a jogging pace. I let out a scream and then start running in the opposite direction. I probably ran for about 3 minutes, looking over my shoulder every so often, and this thing didn't let up. I was pretty sure it was gaining on me, so I decided to go as downhill as I can to get back as quick as possible. I know the area well, but this thing seems to too because it's straight on my back. I probably got about another 10 feet away from where our base was, and suddenly I can feel some kind of silence. I turn and look around and I can see that this thing is gone. I explain what's happened to some of the other workers there that weren't actually rangers but wanted to help out, so we go back to investigate. This time we're actually armed. We can see that something very large has come through here, actually knocking down trees somehow on its way. And there's a terrible smell, but we can never locate this thing again. Even working in these trails now, I'm still terrified that I'm going to encounter it again, and maybe it will see me before I see it. I don't want to say it was a Sasquatch, but I don't know what else I can actually explain it as. It really haunts me. Now this happened quite a long time ago. So, I was quite young at the time. This was in Australia in 2003, and we took a pretty sketchy shortcut home through the edge of a large wilderness area to meet my friend's mum home, so she wouldn't find out that we'd been out roaming late at night. Something massive we couldn't yet see stalked us from a distance, then put on speed when we were nearing the only main turn in the trail. Freaking out, we try and beat it, but not long after my friend stopped and looked back at us. I then did too. We can see the silhouette of a massive head and shoulders just watching us. Its eyes shine red and orange in the moonlight. The thing blended in with the bush on either side of the trail and stalks us the rest of the way. When we got to the other end, we couldn't breathe and stopped under a streetlight for whatever reason to make ourselves feel safe. We last saw the thing in the tree line while we were under the light. It looked at us and then just turned back and went back into the bush, and that was it. We spent the rest of the early morning hours googling what it could have been and found out about the Yowie. So we threw together an average report about it based on the collection of 3 parts of us remembering. I didn't remember noises or smell, but the other guys did. They didn't remember any of the details of its features, but I 100% saw some texture of fur. Now, I think I've told this story in other places over the years, but it really scared the life out of me being stalked by something like this. I've done lots of different things in my time, and I've kind of lived lots of different lives, I guess you could say. I'm always one who's up for adventure and trying new things that are different and unique to me, and I find those very exciting. I have landed a current career which I'm in, and a job that I actually quite like. So is my wife too, which is great, but I didn't always do this job. I was talking to a new colleague at work, and we got talking about what kind of jobs we're doing before, and it really got me thinking, yes, of when I was a park ranger, the reason that you're all here listening to this. Well, for a few years after finishing my school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and there was a program that would send me to a different state. Long story short, I ended up staying there and I actually really like it. I'm actually still here today. After a couple of years of being in the state, I ended up signing up to become a park ranger. I actually had a few jobs though at the same time to get more money. I wanted to save up enough to be able to go to college, and luckily I was able to eventually, which is my career I have now. But at the time it seemed like worlds away, and I actually become a waiter. I hadn't done it before and the pay was not the best, but the good thing is we got lots and lots of tips, and that was pretty cool. The problem with the job is that it's almost like if you did enough mistakes, they would just get rid of you very quickly, but it was easy to do in a high-paced environment like this. Sometimes you literally couldn't even go to the bathroom, which I think was a bit ridiculous, but hey, it is what it is. I loved this job, and I really liked the environment. I remember when we'd wake up, there was some large animals like deers and things like that would always come up to where we were staying in the main facility. You actually had to be really careful of them sometimes, especially if it was their rut season when they were looking to reproduce, because the males would get very aggressive, and you had to be careful. The other problem too is tourists would always stop their cars and try and take pictures and stuff, but they were just kind of oblivious to the danger of it all. And yeah, it was actually really dangerous to be there, so you well and truly had to watch out. Now I didn't mind though, but like I said, the job didn't pay that much money, but it was very close to my other job which I absolutely loved, which was being the ranger. I found it good, but I almost feel like I was doing so much that I couldn't appreciate the things that I had around me. It's something I still have now, but it was almost like I was a spring compressed and I couldn't really appreciate everything for what it was. But as soon as I got out there doing my ranger job, I'd very quickly forget about the stresses of being a waiter, and that was good. I could also soon forget the fact that being a waiter wasn't a permanent thing. It was kind of like temporary for the time, and I knew that, just I couldn't convince my brain of it. So I head out on some of my normal patrols and everything's grand. There's lots of people out here that I actually become friends with, and I'd get some regulars there who would just hike the trails. It was a pretty cool place to go hiking if you ever get out to these kinds of places, and I'd really recommend it to people who haven't tried it yet. I remember though, there was some weird smell that none of us could seem to escape from. It was almost like sulphury, but kind of different, almost metallic at the same time. It's the kind of thing that was almost like sharp, and it would make your nose feel cold. It's pretty weird. I wasn't the first to discover it, but I wasn't the last, and I remember some other staff reported it too. Apparently this actually happened in other places and not far from the restaurant that I was waiting in. And I thought, you know what, this is a bit weird. I was quite paranoid and thinking too scientifically in the presumption that it was a dangerous chemical that we weren't supposed to smell but could, or something leaking from the ground. I was paranoid maybe it was radon gas, but I didn't realise that you couldn't actually smell that, and we're in the open air anyway. My scientific knowledge has come a long way since then. Now, eventually, the smells seemed to go away, and things seemed to return back to normal. I was finishing up one of my shifts doing the waiting, and I was washing some dishes, and I noticed something strange. Outside of the window, a bit further away, I could see some kind of faint glow. I don't really know how to describe it. It was almost like a reddy colour, but had more of a green tinge to it. At first I presume it's a fire, but it doesn't act like how a fire would. I don't know, it just felt a little bit different. It looked kind of weird, and a little bit creepy actually. I just convinced myself it was nothing. I finish up on my washing and go outside to see what it is, then I realise that it's gone. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of reflection or something that I didn't realise is there, so I just go back to what I was doing. I remember just thinking, God, I can't wait to just escape and let my mind settle. I was kind of aware of the compression spring thing that I was talking about earlier, where I was doing too much, but I was kind of just going with it at the same time, but I knew I needed to get out of there and just have a few hours at least of peace just to clear this up. Now eventually, these smells do pick up again, and weirdly, somebody else reported seeing a strange light in these woods. Now, this particular colleague reported them differently, saying that it seemed to be coming as more of a green embery glow, almost like where a fire once was, or just when you get the embers before something like that's about to die. He said that he just had a weird feeling like something was off. It was like all of his adrenal glands were firing and he just didn't know why. He said the smell was accompanied by it too. So now, I'm pretty convinced that it's just something we should be careful of, but nothing too harmful. I was paranoid again it was radioactive, just because, like I said, not the best at science then. And I thought, well, why else would it be glowing? Or maybe it's some kind of chemical fire, I don't know. I thought somebody had been stupid and actually left something out there and not told us. Or maybe somebody was illegally burning trash or something. And yeah, that was what I went with and a lot of the team did. We were pretty sure people were burning some kind of plastic that they really shouldn't have been, and that would explain the weird characteristics of this light and its glow. Now the thing is, we couldn't find it. We searched for quite a long time, and my god, we get to know the area well, so if there was anything there that shouldn't have been, we would have picked it up, but we couldn't see anything. We even had some cops actually putting in a report that they thought somebody was out there, because they said they saw something strange. They described it as a couple of lights moving and then suddenly vanishing, describing it this time as a kind of purple colour with a green one, but the green remained throughout. I could probably link the colour more closely to almost like a neon kind of green, but it's hard to describe. Now, another strange characteristic of this is that one of my colleagues said that his eyes genuinely burnt when he saw this. He actually got the closest out of all of us to whatever this is. He said that he was probably about 50 feet away, and he couldn't look at it, almost like the way that you can't stare at the sun or bright reflections or things like that. But he said he felt enticed to. Almost like everything went black around him and he just had that to stare at. I even noticed some vision problems too. I remembered after seeing this that I would look at a tree and it just looked like it was artificially placed there, almost like it had a stage light coming down onto it which wasn't there, and it just looked too high definition compared to the other trees. It was kind of trippy but pretty bizarre to pick up, and some of the other colleagues had the same thing too. Weirdly, it was also the same people who smelt whatever that was. Now, in a weird way, I actually began looking towards having my night shifts because, well, I'm going to encounter something pretty cool out here. At least that's what I was telling myself. The sense and urge to have adventure was still quite strong at this point in my life, so I'm up for it. Didn't have a wife then, didn't have a kid, and not many responsibilities, and the world was absolutely my oyster at this moment in time. Now, what to do other than chase this thing? Well, nothing. So I set out. I made a commitment to myself that if I actually saw this thing and can get within touching distance, then I'm going to be the first. If my eyes hurt, then yeah, it's time to stop and go back, but I was ready. And then nothing. For the next 2 weeks straight, absolutely nothing happened. I actually grow more and more tired of trying to hunt this thing. It's kind of like the perfect anticlimax where that your motivation is going on a negative correlation constantly spiraling down till you can't be bothered. And I couldn't be bothered. I was actually planning a trip to get away to Europe, and that starts to consume my thoughts and everything. And I decide that I'm going to think better if I'm not tired and decide to plan it more in the day. So now I'm out there less in the dark anyway. So I'm doing my usual rounds, just investigating something that I needed to, and just going out, doing what we do, when I notice it. There's almost like a burning on my neck. It kind of feels like I'm getting a sunburn, and the smell is come back. I turn around slowly, and I see it, just for 1 second. Glowing almost too bright to be real, in a weird golden colour. Something is standing there raising its arms up to me. It doesn't really look like a person. It almost looks like it's wearing some kind of robes, but it doesn't have a head. I can describe them as white but with gold detailing around the side, but it looks very alien. Almost like something which has come from a very wealthy thing, but not like anything on Earth, and something that's somehow spiritually higher than the rest of us. And then it vanished, almost like it was never there in the first place. I'm completely perplexed, trying to figure out what was that. I rubbed my eyes for a few seconds, and that's when I noticed something really strange. I can still see the silhouette of this thing burned into my eyes while they go back to normal. Okay, that's really odd, I think. Something was definitely off about this situation. I'm pretty sure my head isn't powerful enough for me to imagine that, and I wasn't even thinking of it. Last time I checked, I'd never seen anything like this, so what was I seeing? I look around, and there's almost like a mist that's formed. It's kind of like an extremely light fog, but I can see it everywhere. Again, it's not just my vision going weird, because I can clearly see that it's not in all areas. So what was it? I decide to head back now. I ended up finishing the rest of my tasks and I get into our base. I start talking during my lunch break and tell one of my colleagues about what happened. He said that he's seen something similar too. But what's more strange is that he said that he'd seen this in a dream, which I think is really weird. I asked him to describe it and he's pretty much describing literally exactly what I'd seen too. Now that's pretty creepy, I think. Or is it something higher up? We start to discuss all kinds of possible things, guardian angels and God knows what else, but I'm a little shaken. And I eventually get back into my car and drive home and forget about it and start another shift at the restaurant. Now when I'm doing the dishes this time, I can't help but look out of the window, and for a second I'm sure I see a green flash of light and then nothing. Now again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but I try not to think of it too much. I convince myself that I've been going too hard, pushing to the absolute max, and this is what's happened. My body's just gotten tired. Maybe I was doing too much. Maybe 2 jobs at the same time is not the best for me. Maybe, just maybe, I can slow down for a bit and life will take its hand for me. But I can't do that. I have to keep pushing. But I have to find out what this thing is. It's really starting to bother me now. I wouldn't say I'm naturally an anxious person, but I was starting to feel a bit weird about everything. It almost felt like these strange occurrences were becoming all-consuming. Kind of like the people you get on the ghost TV shows when they say that the ghosts don't leave them, or poltergeist, or, you know, them things. I was getting a bit worried now because I thought, well, why can't I separate from work? Why am I thinking of this while I go to sleep? Why am I seeing it in my head so much? I felt like time was against me and I just needed to get to the bottom of it. So I continue onwards once more. I continue on to another shift, and just as I do so, as I'm handing over from the other guys, they say, "Hey, did you hear about what happened?" I say yeah and talk about a sports event that happened recently, but they're like, no, the light, that thing that you saw, somebody else saw it. I say, what do you mean? And apparently Raymond has seen the same thing as me. He's one of the other staff there. Apparently, he was out there doing his role when suddenly, there's a bright light behind him. He turns around to see a tall figure wearing some white coloured gown, but this time associated with a more green glow. Again, can't see its face. It's too bright where its face should be, and it vanishes within a second. Now, I was happy I wasn't the only one seeing this, but apparently my colleague had actually got really shaken up by this, and that's somebody who never seems to care about much of anything. Well, I think I really want to find out what this is now. All of us agreed to stay well back and call law enforcement because clearly, if we encounter this thing, it's something that we're definitely not trained to deal with and don't want to deal with in the first place. Now me on the other hand, I'm the adventurer. I want to be the cool one who can just go after things and not be scared. It's weird thinking back now on how my mind was at the time, but that was my mind, so if I've got to investigate, then I've got to investigate. So I set out, and I start doing my job. Now again, things are normal. The next 3 days, nothing really happens. The only thing that was a bit weird was the mist seemed to pick up again, but because of the weather, I'm not really sure whether it is naturally occurring or not, but it felt strange. Now, on the 4th night, however, just as the sun goes down, I head out and something feels different now. It almost felt too perfect. The forest was a little bit too quiet compared to normal, and it kind of scares me. I don't know why, it just freaks me out. Something about it was just off. Now, as I set out, I almost have that feeling like when you're in a dream. You know when you get to that fatigue point where your brain's kind of shutting down but you're still going? It was kind of like that. And I'm met with the smell again. I'd genuinely forgotten about the smell for a long time, but here it is again. And it instantly wakes me up. The smell seems to be getting stronger and stronger as it goes deeper into the woods. Now this area that I'm in, you can't actually see much further around the bend because how the path twists. The trees are quite thick at this point in time, so you don't really have much time to react to things or people which will come up on the path or trail behind you. It's okay. Sometimes it's kind of comforting because you know it's the same for whatever else is out there. But this felt different this time. It kind of gives me an uneasy feeling like I need to know what's about to happen next. The smell is ever increasing to the point that I put my shirt over my nose and continue on like that. Luckily my undershirt's quite long so it reaches my nose easily. And I stop in my tracks as I can see a faint green glow. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I suddenly realise that it seems to be from in all directions now. I realise that I must be right on the trail with this thing, and I continue on until eventually it seems like the green light is fading now. I look around once more, but there's still nothing here for me. Again, but that's when I see it. It's almost blindingly bright. I can see a much brighter glow this time. It seems to be coming from a specific location now and getting brighter every second, and I pivot myself and I'm able to see it now. I'm met with something that's about 7 feet tall, almost appearing to have some kind of green robe on this time, mixed with white and gold, far too bright, and clothes which are flowing as though that they're stuck in the wind but there's no wind. The closer up towards whatever this thing's face is, the brighter it gets and the more my eyes hurt. It does this to the point that I can't make eye contact with whatever this is, if it does have eyes that is. I get this horribly overpowering feeling that whatever this is far too superior to me and can literally do whatever it wants to me, and I can only be here, left to face it. Now I don't know exactly how long that I was stood there for, but it gets to the point that I physically can't look at it, and I actually drop onto the ground trying to cover my eyes. It's so bright that I can actually see my bones through my fingers, and just some red around where my skin is, and suddenly there's darkness. I think I went blind for probably about 5 or so seconds because of how bright this thing was, until I'm able to actually see again. I then quickly get up and look around and everything's how it should be, just the smell, that awful smell is still there. I pick up quite a good pace and I start running out of there fleeing. Luckily I was only about 20 minutes away from the station, and I get there in about 5 minutes or so. I was flat out exhausted when I get back to the station. Nobody else is there and it's only me at this time. I very quickly write down everything that's happened, and I try my absolute best not to panic too much. Now, the more that I calm down, the more I can actually see what I'd seen in my head. For probably a millisecond I was finally able to see this thing clearly, and it seems to have horns with gold tips at the end and glowing eyes. I don't know what I'd seen, but it really terrified me. I ended up calling my best friend and describing what happened, and he said it might have been some kind of spirit that I encountered. I was very scared, and I actually radioed in to all colleagues in the surrounding areas to look out. Now what was really weird is I get a call to say that I've got to see my friend now. He doesn't say what's happened, but he says that I have to come quick, so yeah, that's exactly what I done. Now when I'm eventually able to make it over to him, that's when he tells me what he saw. He describes it as a tall figure, also with horns, kind of staring at him, and it was an incredibly bright thing and green coloured and glowing, and we both realised that what we saw was the exact same thing. Now in this moment I know that we have to keep going and doing our job, but we saw something really weird. We let everybody else aware of it, and we're hyper aware for what it could possibly be. Over the following weeks, There's fewer and fewer sightings of the glowing embers until eventually there's nothing. All these years later, I still have no idea what I saw to this day. I really hope that I don't ever have to see whatever that thing is again, because I don't think I'll be strong enough to stand to it this time. Now, in my later life, I ended up starting work as a ranger. Well, to be specific, I was on the fire lookouts most of the time, but with my job I had to alternate what I was doing. I'd like to share an experience from my past though that I haven't really been able to put my finger on. I've seen one or two strange things during my later life, but nothing really compared to this, and it's something that stayed with me. I never shared my experience with anyone because I was worried about being ridiculed, but I'd like to share it today. I'm somebody that used to go out into the woods a lot when I was younger. I used to do it more for fitness, to be honest. I found it was better if I could actually jog away from everyone because A, you wouldn't have to run into anyone, and B, I thought being out in the trees and with all the extra oxygen it's probably more healthy for me. And I've also done some research, well, at least I did at the time, to say that when you jog in the wild, you can also go across some better terrain, so apparently it's better conditioning and everything. Now, I didn't live very close to these areas, so I often had to hike over to them. It was okay though, I didn't have an issue with it. I found it to be a great time to clear my head. In fact, most of the times that I actually went jogging like this, it wasn't my original plan. It was instead something that kind of ended up just happening, you know. I'd go quite far, get close to where the forest started, and suddenly, I'd want to jog. And I did this on this particular day. Now, I decided not to jog immediately. Where I was, the terrain was pretty rough going, so I knew I was in prime area to twist my ankle. I'd actually done that before playing some sports, and it's never really been right. You can kind of go really weak suddenly. So if I was playing a sport and somebody tried to put a tackle in, I could suddenly fall to the ground and I didn't have much I could do about it. So with this in mind, I was being very cautious, just taking in everything. I thought I knew where I was going to, because I could see moss on the trees. Now I know that doesn't actually work really, but at the time I was convinced it would point north, so I kind of always thought I had a good sense of direction. The trees in this area are large and full of life, and that was a good thing. I was kind of walking across a hill at this point within the forest. It meant that if I fell, I could actually fall quite a long way down, and the trees also rose on my right side. So basically I didn't really want to jog here because I'm sure if I fell I'd get knocked out if I hit my head on a tree or who knows what. Now while walking, I noticed there's lots of wildlife around me that I haven't really noticed before. There's a few tiny birds that keep appearing on the track ahead of me, and they look pretty cool. I was worried that they were giant insects, but luckily it wasn't the case. For whatever reason, on this particular day, I decided not to jog immediately, or thereafter. I just decided that it's probably best if I walk and take in everything. I'm someone who likes to have deep thoughts. I realise now that I definitely overdid this, and I was probably driving myself a bit insane with this process, but at the time it didn't really matter, because it was what worked for me. Now I didn't have that many good friends in my hometown. You had kind of like associates, I guess you would call them, but not the kind of people who would help you if you ever needed it. I had one friend, but he was pretty weird to be honest, and I was sort of aware of it at the time, but I wasn't able to actually leave him because there wasn't anyone else I could be friends with. I didn't realise this was stupid at the time, but it definitely was in the long run. I mean, pretty much all the time, all we would ever do is just go and watch a movie and order pizza. And there's nothing wrong with that, but when that's all you do, and you've also got someone talking rubbish about you behind your back, it can really throw you off. But I'm getting away from my story a bit much now. I come into another area where suddenly the sun pierces through and everything looks really beautiful. It was so bright it was kind of making the top of the trees appear white and the leaves almost transparent, which I thought was a really pretty thing. So I just continue on and take in the beauty of everything that's around me. I'm feeling pretty good at this point in time. Now, I come around the first bend and I realise that it levels off a little bit, and I decide to start jogging. Now, I jog for a little while when suddenly I hear some people talking. I slow down to see who else is up here because I don't want to round a corner and run straight into somebody, but there seems to really be no one around. I can hear lots of people talking though. It sounds like about 6 or 7 or maybe 8, but I really can't make out a word they're saying. They're speaking alright, but I don't necessarily know what language it is. It's kind of like English, but different. I can imagine it's how English would sound to people that don't understand it. That's the best way I can describe it. I think, well, there's probably just a good old group of joggers out here, and I can't be bothered to go into them. Again, my aim with this was just isolation, which I know probably wasn't a good idea, but that's what I was looking for. All is going well, until suddenly, their tones of voice completely change and it sounds much more aggressive. I kid you not, I almost take my next step past the tree when I hear screaming. It really sounds like someone's being attacked or maybe even killed, and with that, I move in a flash. I guess the adrenaline and whatever hormones are associated with that take over, because I don't really have to think about what I'm doing. I keep running and running, and I almost come into a zone with it where I'm thinking of nothing else but putting as much ground between me and the people screaming as I possibly can. It really sounded like someone was being tortured. I'd never heard it before, but in this specific situation, I was certain that I just had. Now, I managed to run for about a good 4 or so minutes before I get tired. It's not easy to sprint, especially when you're not going in a straight line. I actually taste some blood and my lungs really burn at this point, and I know I have to slow down a bit. Stupidly, I brought headphones but not water, so obviously that wasn't a great idea. I ended up taking off the headphones and throwing them when they get kind of stuck around my neck. I never found them again. I was so scared though that I didn't care about ditching them like this. I thought it would make more sound, and I stop on a log that I can rest on. I remain diligently silent, yet nothing pierces the quietness around me. I start to relax a little and think, well, maybe somebody twisted their ankle or broke their leg. Yeah, it could just be that, I tell myself. I eventually think that I can hear somebody or something rushing through the trees now, and I decide to take cover. I don't call out and I don't want my presence to be known, so I quickly duck under a fallen tree. I kind of crouch over and hold my knees together, trying to keep my silhouette as low profile as possible. I'd heard about it on a military show, and I was trying to do this. Now the problem was I only had my shorts and stuff, so they could probably see me pretty easily. I wasn't really going to blend into the background that well, but it was better than nothing. Eventually I hear what sounds like somebody passing. Weirdly, it sounds like it passes straight ahead of me, but I don't see anything, and I think this is a little bit weird. I think maybe it's just some animal that was disturbed or being chased, so I think, well, I better press on now. I was just trying to get as far away as I could, and I knew that if I continued this way, there was a good chance that I could follow it around in a big kind of like circle, and eventually get back to the relative safety of exiting the tree line. I was looking forward to this because I was actually starting to feel a little bit shaky. Now it's worth mentioning that I wasn't actually shaking because of fear. I was actually getting a little bit shaky because I was quite hungry now, and I must have depleted all of my resources doing this. So I really wanted to get back. I realised that I have one kind of snack bar with me, and I devoured that instantly. God, it felt so refreshing in that moment. Eventually, my thoughts decide that they can settle in a bit, and the rational part of my mind takes over and says, hey, It's probably just a group of hikers who aren't from here, and one of them probably broke their leg. So I was constantly waiting to hear the sirens of an ambulance or something, just to put my fears to bed, but it didn't come, however. What did instead was the realization that all of my senses are being heightened. Now, I realized suddenly that there's a tree stand not too far from where I am. I think, God, wouldn't it be great if I went up that? I think at least now I can actually get a perspective of what's around and maybe calm myself down a bit, so I make my way over there. I seem to be acutely aware of everything though in this situation, and I take a few steps up the ladder for it, and I realise that I should probably step down again. I can hear something, and I can see movement of trees and foliage moving not too far off from my west. So I take off running. I'm doing a jogger's pace. Now, I'm quite quick to be honest at this, and I'm able to maintain it forever, so this is what I do. I'm not in enough of a panic state to start sprinting again, and I know that I'm not going to be able to sprint for too long, so I decide that this is probably the best thing that I can do now. Luckily, the trail that I'm on now is much more even, and there's not all big rocks everywhere that I can probably trip over, so I'm feeling alright. Now, I picked this pace up for quite a long time. It was probably about 20 minutes, and I'm literally halfway back to where I need to be now. But with a quick glance over my shoulder, I realise that there's still movement. And when I hold my breath for long enough, I can hear that there's something coming behind me. I keep up this pace, trying my very best to get away from whatever this is, but it doesn't seem to be losing me. And then, it's accompanied by more voices. It sounds like those people I heard earlier. They're not speaking very often, but almost chanting. It really sounds like an angry mob is coming after me, or whoever that is behind me, but it seems like the thing behind me is latched on. I jog probably for another 10 minutes, and I'm not that far away from where I need to be, and that allows me to let my guard down a bit. And I stop and turn around, ready to face whatever it is that's been after me. I think maybe it's some kind of crazed jogger that's out here, and they're trying to get them to safety. I just don't know what it is. But the moment I stop and turn around, like literally the second my back turns and I can see, suddenly there's nothing. Silence once again. Now I'm getting a little bit creeped out now, because I think, well, it probably wasn't no animals, but I guess it could have been, but why did they just stop? Which again makes me very aware that they seem to know where I am. Again, I could just be doing this through coincidence because of the path that I'm on, but something felt really weird. But suddenly the feeling of being followed escapes, and I decide that I should climb a tree. I know this is pretty weird to say, but for whatever reason I decide that I'm going to get a pretty good perspective of what this is, and I can probably get out of sight, especially if I can go high enough. I'm not a very good climber though, and this proves to be more of a challenge than I expected to find, but I'm able to do so. Now, eventually I make it up the tree, and I decide just to stay here to catch my breath. I think it's called epoch or something, but it's when you have oxygen debt. I learnt about it a lot later, but basically my body was trying to get rid of the carbon dioxide, which had built up from running for so long. And I think the lactic acid has set in because my calves were absolutely obliterated now. I'm probably not the best in terms of actually having muscle mass, I'm still not. And I always thought this was going to be a higher association with things like this, but it felt like my legs were just absolute jello. I tried to move my legs around a bit now, but as I do so it makes the tree make a really loud sound. It's almost like something out of a comedy special, as I realise that my stupidity is starting to make the tree collapse on itself, or at least on the branch that I'm on, and I decide not to do that. But now, I can feel it. Something has locked onto me. It's kind of like a predator about to pounce, and I'm not the predator. I can hear something coming now, and I look around, and that's when I see it. I can only describe it as a person, but not how a person should look. What I was looking at was some kind of nightmarish figure. Where the skin should be is all red. There's no hair, just red everywhere, and some kind of liquid dripping off. And this thing with these horrible dark eyes makes eye contact with me and starts to walk towards my tree. I suddenly grip the tree extremely tightly, and I actually start bleeding from this but don't realise it. This thing starts walking towards me. I look around to see if there's any more, but as I turn back it's gone. I didn't realise it, but I went into complete shock at this. I actually slid halfway down the tree and eventually thud at the bottom. Without thinking about it, with my bloodied hands, I crawl over to a rock and hide under it. I don't know how long I was here for, but it took about an hour or so before I snapped out of it. I can't tell you what I described without tearing up in person, but it was like something from completely out of this world. Maybe it was a demon, I didn't know. I just knew it was time to get on the move again. This time when I get up, there's no uneasy feeling like I had before for some reason. I just feel completely drained, almost like a truck's hit me. Everything in my body hurt, and I was shaking. With my hands now shaking next to me, I pick up a light jogging pace, which eventually becomes a full sprint, until I get out of the woods. I couldn't bear to look behind myself, and instead, I just keep going forwards. I'm really shaking now, and for whatever reason, whenever I saw other people, it didn't bring any comfort to me, and everyone seems to be staring at me weirdly. Something just feels extremely off, and I can't stop thinking of that thing that I've seen the whole journey back home. I feel extremely paranoid, and I don't like that every person that I pass is staring through me, almost like I'm a ghost. Eventually I make it back home. I go to wash my hands off in the bathroom, and I realise that my face is extremely pale, and I haven't been able to close my mouth. I look like I was on drugs or something. I managed to go down and make myself some food, and I eventually crash out on my bed and fall asleep. I woke up the following day, and everything's as it normally is, with my mum making me some breakfast. My mum commented that she thought I was unwell, and asked what I'd been doing the previous day, because I shouldn't be that tired, and I couldn't bear myself to explain what I'd seen to her. Instead, I just say, "Oh, nothing, I just went on a big hike and hurt my ankle," and she says, "Oh, let me look at that for you." Now in this moment, I kind of go on autopilot with my replies, and I can't really think much about what my mum is saying to me. I just want to escape from what happened, and eventually, life went on, and I buried that in the back of my mind for a long time, even eventually becoming a ranger. But that thing, I'll never forget it. Sometimes when I'm on my fire watches, I actually get really paranoid that I'm going to see that again. I don't know if anybody knows what that could have possibly been, but I'd be very interested to know if anybody's had any similar experiences to that. I can only describe it as a demon that escaped from hell and for whatever reason was latched onto me. Thankfully I haven't seen it since, but I can't be certain that I'm not going to see it again. I worked as a fire ranger for a couple of years, and it was one of my favourite jobs that I've ever had. It's something that I'm almost envious I couldn't do for longer. I did enjoy being outside, but to be honest, I'd kind of struggle with the loneliness, really. Every so often you'd have somebody pop up, or you might change over shift and have a brief interaction, but there wasn't really much time that you could spend with people, and that's something I didn't enjoy about the job. And I don't know, I just don't think it's good for you in the long run. I've recently changed jobs and I'm around people a lot more, and sometimes I do reminisce and think back, and I kind of trick myself into thinking it would be the right path for me now. But realistically, I know it wasn't, and I did have a story that happened to me that I'd like to share where I think this would be a good place for it. Now, where I was stationed was absolutely beautiful. We had these huge trees everywhere, which I absolutely loved, and you could do these beautiful nature walks through it, and that's something that I did quite frequently. I actually opted to walk for about an extra 2 miles just so I could go through more of it when I'd arrive for work. It was really gorgeous, honestly. And yeah, sometimes when I parked my car, it was easy for me to get lost and forget what I was truly there for. I kind of understand how places like this could inspire different stories. You know, like you get Lord of the Rings and things like that. Well, I just kind of get it. And if you're someone that lives in a city, then I'd strongly recommend that you spend some time out in the forest. And I mean real forest, not just the parks. Like the national parks, you know, the big ones. Yeah, sorry if I'm going off topic at all now. So I'd like to share what happened on a Pacific night while I was on my duty. Now before I get to that, I'll have to explain some of my day. Now my day was pretty good. I spent most of my time just doing my watch and just listening to songs on the radio. I had a really strong radio up there and it really got good signal. I mean, how could it not being that high up? I tried my best not to go down too often, but I'd have to do it for the toilet every so often. I think from coming up the kind of spirally stairs, I ended up twisting my knee awkwardly and it was kind of playing me up. It was something I could hope I could just sleep off, but I wasn't too sure as I had a few other injuries on the same side of my body. For some reason, all of them happened to be in roughly the same place, but my other side was completely fine. Now I did have to make this trip down a few times, and while doing so, something felt different. It was almost like the atmosphere was different when I got further down. Not in the sense of atmospheric, but I don't know, I just kind of felt tense and uneasy. Almost like something terrible had happened, but I didn't know what. I don't know if you've ever got bad news, but one that makes you panic. It was kind of similar to that, so for me this was a really bizarre thing. I did wander around a few times and try and take my mind off things, and that's when something else weird happened. While walking, my vision suddenly goes very blurry, and it's almost like I'm seeing double. Now during this time, for just a second, I can see some kind of figure further up. It almost looks like somebody dressed in medieval type robes, but the religious people. Now I only see it for a second, so I don't know whether this was in my head or not, but they suddenly just go with a big flash, and things are immediately back to normal. I think this is odd and think that I've gotten too hot, so I actually go back to the station. There's a thermometer there, and I quickly give myself a check over, but everything's normal. I decide I need to chug some more water. In places like this, it's pretty easy to not stay on top of how much you're eating or drinking. Also, some people in my family are diabetic, which is definitely not me because of the way I eat, but I don't know. You can never be too careful, I guess. So I decide that I should eat some food too. Now, once again, after eating, I get the weird feeling and the sense of dread comes over me that something's just off. I then realise I can see the same figure again that I saw before, though only this time I can see them much clearer than before, and I'm convinced it's actually a person. I then go to speak to them and say, hey, how are you doing? And they seemingly just ignore me and walk off. Another weird thing I noticed is that they don't have any hair whatsoever, almost like them Tibet monks, but different. But what on earth would one be doing here? And they aren't really dressed appropriately. I don't know, their clothes just look too dated, and almost even if you're a religious person out here, it seems like you would actually dress more appropriately. You can get foot injuries really easily here, and yes, I was suffering from one of those too, and it was on the same side. I don't know whether it's plantar fasciitis, but the bottom of my foot was killing. I mean, that mixed with my knee being bad was really a big problem for me. But anyway, I tried to put that aside, and I just think it's a normal hiker. I get back up to the top of my station, and night's starting to fall. Now that's good for a couple of reasons, but one is it actually makes my job a lot easier. Because obviously you can spot fires quite easily in the darkness, but that's not always the only thing that you see. I had a report of one of my other friends who worked here saying that he was staring up at the stars. He saw one move, then another, and assumed that it was a satellite, until suddenly they shoot off in different directions. I kind of joked about it and said, oh, it's just the old man going off on one again, but I don't know really. Especially when you're out here on your own, it's almost like if there are visitors come in, then they're going to choose this time to come and pounce on you. But hey, that was just my wider thinking. Me, I did like to stargaze every so often, and obviously being far away from light pollution you could see the stars really well, and it's something that I really enjoyed doing. Now as I'm stargazing, I'm pretty certain I can see something off. It looks like a star, then another one moving parallel to each other, and I say, God, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing what my friend saw to myself. I won't say his name here, but I say, he wasn't crazy after all, and kind of laugh. These stars didn't shoot off, but there was definitely something weird about them. I actually worry that maybe the tower was starting to crumble or lean and that this is about to be it, but I stay still for a second and realise it isn't. This is actually one of my biggest fears that I have, the station going down with me on it and me just holding on to the sides trying to make it. I've had nightmares about this and generally wake up really scared inside the station, and when I've done that I've actually been really fearful that it's happening because obviously I'm up there and your body doesn't always get used to it, especially not for short spells, but this isn't the case. The stars are just weird. I tell myself that I'm just imagining things and I go to sit down. Now this is the first really strange thing that happened. I go to write in my diary that not much is happening today, and I wake up again. Now, I went into a very deep sleep and I must have dreamt for probably 12 hours. I had a very long dream that I was actually transported to medieval times, which is really bizarre. But this wasn't the case. Of course it wasn't. I looked at the alarm clock. It's only been 10 minutes. How could it have only been 10 minutes if I'd been dreaming for 12 hours? This is really bizarre. I then quickly scan around and grab my binoculars, worried that I've eclipsed time that is potentially dangerous, and this is one of our biggest issues on our job. If you fall asleep, you're not only putting your own life at risk, but also others who you're there to protect, and that's something that I don't want to jeopardize. So, I quickly slam a coffee and try and normalize myself a bit. As I'm slowly waking up, I grab the binoculars and peer around, and that's when I see it. It almost looks like a glowing ember of a fire, and with some excitement, I quickly focus in the lenses. That's when I see another one, and another one. I then put the binoculars down trying to see it, but they're just too far away for me. Thinking that maybe this is some kind of encounter with the third kind, I start to panic a bit now. I then pan around the binoculars, and it seems like it's a big row that continues and continues. I can't believe what I'm seeing. All of the lights form a big circle around my tower, and they're getting closer and closer. They're all kind of like a red-yellow glow, but it's really weird. I look up quickly expecting there to be a big mothership about to take me away, but strangely I don't see anything. I look down and around, and that's my best explanation. I then quickly go over to the radio and radio in that something's definitely off and there might be fire very close to me. They say that they're going to send a team out to investigate and to make sure that I stay in radio contact and obviously evacuate if necessary. I say no worries and I quickly jump down to look outside again. While looking around with my binoculars, I can suddenly see that they're very close and almost at the base of my tower, which is impossibly quick. Now, after letting my eyes adjust for a few seconds, I suddenly realise that these are people holding these torches. They seem to be people, but very small, all wearing the same kind of dark robes that I've seen earlier. I now scream and run back into the tower and report that there's no fire, there's people coming to burn this thing down. They then say not to worry and that they're sending some other people there, and They asked me to see what else is happening. I'm almost froze to the spot, but I force myself to go and look outside, and when I do, there's nothing. Literally, nobody there below the tower, nobody around at all, for miles. I search desperately. I frantically try and explain what's happening, and I ask them desperately to send some people out, and they say not to worry, there are. They then start questioning, am I fully awake yet? And am I sure it's not just my eyes playing tricks on me? But I'm absolutely certain of what I've seen. I ended up staying up there and refusing to come down until another 20 minutes until some other workers arrived. They question me, and they say they can't see evidence of anyone. Now, this is where it gets a bit crazy for me. One of them does find something odd. They can see some strange markings on the ground. It's almost like hieroglyphs, but not quite. It's like strange symbols that have been burned into the ground, obviously with something, but there's no people whatsoever. We do quite a big look around and we literally can't find anything to explain what this is. I'm completely freaked out now, and luckily one of the other workers takes over from me. A few days go by and nothing else really happens, and eventually I return to another station and the rest of my job goes completely normal for those couple of years. Now, none of the other workers experienced anything even remotely similar to what I did that day, and that kind of messes with me in more ways than one. I know for a fact that I wasn't seeing things, but I still don't know what I saw that day. This experience put me off being a fire ranger, and I'm kind of glad that I did, because I'd hate to be out there alone and have something similar happen again. Since this, I've also never been able to camp alone. I work as a park ranger, and I had something that I experienced today which I don't quite understand. One of my other worker colleagues had told me that he'd seen something weird that he couldn't explain and wanted me to investigate too. He'd given me the exact location and said that he wasn't going to preface it, he just wanted me to go there and let him know what my experience was, and I said okay. I was actually a little bit cautious, but I'd known this colleague for a while, so I make my way over to that location and I find a door, literally in the middle of the woods, for no reason at all. It looks like quite an old door, but kind of like a grand one that you might see on an old house, and weirdly, it had one of those old door knockers. I look around and don't see anything and decide to get closer and make it up to the door. Now when I get to the door, I can hear a weird sound around it, almost like lots and lots of people whispering, but there's no one around. It's very faint but very distinct. I decide that I should maybe try and open it, but before I do, I'm kind of caught making eye contact with the knocker. It's so creepy looking. It's like an almost demon face one, but I decide to tap on it a few times to knock on the door. And as I do so, for a moment, everything changes to red and black in colour, almost like I'm looking at something through a filter. I look around and I can only describe this as being in hell. I'm in what appears to be a weird cave system or something. I can hear screams all around me, some weird dark figures moving in the distance, and there seems to be blood dripping off everything, and within a second I go back to normal, and the whispering stopped. So I very bravely sprint back and get all the way back to the station and report to my buddy what had happened. He said he didn't know what to make of it too. Now this is the weirdest part. When we went back to investigate with a group of others and were actually recording it this time, it's nowhere to be found. We gone to the exact spot that we had both seen it, and it was literally completely gone, like it never existed in the first place. I posted this comment before, but this happened in East Tien around 2006 or 7. A buddy and I were doing some trips and hiking through the woods when we heard this sound like electricity. Like a lot of electricity. We'd been hiking for days and were in the middle of nowhere on the Appalachian Trail, so we followed the sound and found an overgrown game trail which led to a clearing with an old barn in it. The barn was on a mound of dirt, and was the kind with big space in the middle. As we get closer, the sound got louder and louder, and we quickly realized that the entire dirt mound was covered in mud wasps. Literally thousands of them. I've never seen anything like it. But wait, there's more. As we circled around, we noticed another trail and followed it to a tiny old cabin built by Boy Scouts like 100 years earlier. There was a little engraving which actually said as much, and we decided to stay there for the night since it's becoming late. So we built a fire, and just before dark, we heard the sound, and out of the bushes came an old man with those 2 metal hiking poles. He ended up sitting around the fire for a long while telling us stories about the area, then he quickly got up and vanishing. He left in the opposite direction that he come from. It was pitch black. The next morning we looked around and we could see no signs of him. Maybe he was just bushwhacking through the mountains, but it's almost like he was a ghost of the woods. So I was a wildland firefighter back in the day in Arizona. I worked in a forest that was generally popular with a lot of recreation in the northern portion, but I worked on the southern portion of the forest that was really remote. It barely had any roads or campgrounds, so if you wanted to relax there, you had to put in work for it. The fire crew I was on only had 2 duty stations, one in a small town where the rest of the forest employees worked out of, and one of them was about 2.5 hours away up a really windy mountainous road. The remote duty station had an old Forest Service ranger station and a newer double-wide trailer that was recently put in. When I worked at this place, I had no cell reception. When my crew and I weren't working, we were playing horseshoes and watching movies. They did eventually add a cell service booster, which sadly made people play on their phones more, but I digress. So for my creepy story, I want to keep it pretty simple, but my supervisor had the crew experience some weird things while working out there. There was one night that he told me he was cowboy camping, which is sleeping outside with no tent, and kept on repeatedly having weird things drop on his face, like musky liquid. He looked around, even yelling out, but nobody was there. He wasn't below any trees, there was no sap. He never slept outside again after that. Now for my story. I have had other interesting experiences at a remote duty station, but this one was scary. It was the night of the 4th of July, and we weren't on a fire, so the crew was playing horseshoes and having a good time. Everybody went to bed pretty early because we were getting ready to have a PT hike the next day. I had my own small room in the windowed double trailer, and my bed was next to a big window. I started to doze off but felt awake. I hear one of my co-workers outside my window asking me to come outside. I was laying on my side facing the window and didn't look up, but I felt their presence by the window. I felt as though something tall was looming over me from outside. I kept beckoning to not go out there with myself, though suddenly their voice gets deeper, raspier and angrier, eventually swearing at me to go outside. It was almost a demonic voice. I lay there frozen, not moving while being yelled at. Eventually it stopped and I fell asleep. I woke up the next day and asked my co-worker if he was standing outside my window, but he said he wasn't. I previously had a role as a fire service worker in the forest. It was a pretty good gig really, something that I still reminisce about often today, though I did have a number of weird things happen to me out there. Now I'd like to share some of those with you. Now while being stationed out there, if you're up in the fire tower, it meant that you'd spend lots of time out there on your own. I can remember one specific example of this having some, unexpected consequences, shall I say. Now, the job was pretty good because I had another worker with me there for the first half of our tenure. Again, no issues, we get on really well. Actually, at the time, it wasn't so hot outside and we even got blessed with some rain, so it meant that the surroundings were far less likely to cause a fire. We also had some really nice streams and things which would actually make our job easier, because of course you can basically use this as a landmark and fire's not going to pass through that. So at first we're having a pretty good time and we're just talking about all kinds of different things. That's when the other worker, I won't call him a friend because I didn't know him for too long, but he felt like one, said that apparently these grounds are haunted. It's something that I didn't believe. I told him, oh yeah, it's just one of those things that the other gamekeepers and the fire wardens have to tell us to make us all scared to be out here. But he said, no, seriously, I'm telling you, I even saw one once. I thoroughly doubt him at this and say, yeah, it's just you messing with me, right? He said, no, let me tell you about what happened to me. Now, I can tell you that I didn't necessarily believe in the paranormal, at least not in this specific time, but it certainly piqued my interest. So I kind of get lost in the moment. We're walking in a really beautiful area. There's lots of moss on parts of the trees. Lots of it's dead and dried out, but some of it's okay. There's lots of other things around which makes this place really beautiful, and it probably made it perfect for storytelling. So my friend continues on about what apparently happened to him. I'll re-explain it the way that I heard. So apparently he was on the trails one day and a kid ran up to him with a ball. I know that's pretty normal, but you have to listen to all of this. Apparently the kid didn't say anything to him, just held off a ball and smiled. He eventually threw it and kind of motioned for my kind of newfound friend to go and go after it, which he does. He thinks maybe the kid wants to play and goes to fetch the ball. He says that the ball's nowhere to be found though upon getting to the location where it landed. Pretty bizarre, he said. Doesn't think too much of it again. He goes to look around for the kid and he's absolutely nowhere to be found. It's literally as though he's just vanished, but it doesn't make sense because he saw him there so recently before. He says, that doesn't end there too, buddy, to me. I say, what do you mean? He says, it turns out that after doing some investigating, that kid died a long time ago. I ask him how long ago does he mean, and he then shares to me that apparently a kid went out here missing playing who got lost from his family and unfortunately passed away. The clothes he was wearing was exactly as to the description of when the body was found, and apparently he had a toy with him there, and it was just like the one that my buddy had found. Yeah, I thought that was pretty creepy. I say, but yeah, that was years ago. He says, yeah, but that's not all. There's some other weird things out here. Apparently, when you're all alone and you're just about to go to sleep in the station, sometimes you'll hear someone calling your name. And it sounds like somebody you know, but it isn't. Every time that it's been investigated, the person calling is nowhere near, even in a different state. He said, you know, buddy, just be careful. It gets kind of weird out here. Another story which he told me I find particularly odd is apparently he'd seen wolves before and some of the others had. It shouldn't be possible geographically because where we are, but apparently there's been times that they've been up in the tower and they'll see a pack of wolves come running through here, kind of like large grey ones, really big. And apparently something looks off with their eyes. Apparently it looks like it's almost pure black. The weirdest thing is, if you try and get close, there's no sound. There's no signs of them. You know how you'd expect to be able to at least find evidence of them being here? Well, not in this case. Nada. Nothing. Odd. I said, yeah, you're not going to be able to scare me. And we ended up changing the topic and continue throughout our business. He then starts to talk about some other things, and at the same time, I'm not trying to be Sherlock Holmes, but I'm certainly questioning whether he's of sound mind at this point. It's the only time that I've ever heard anything like it, and I don't understand why you'd tell me that. Why on earth would you give me all these weird warnings and put all these horrible thoughts into my head just before you know I've got to be out here alone? Yeah, right, you've done this to other guys, I think to myself. The more I speak to him, the more I get the feeling that he wasn't actually lying to me. I don't know what it is, just, sometimes you can sense the truth of what somebody's saying, and I don't see what he would have gained from scaring me anyway, because I wouldn't have got to speak to him again after this, so it's not like he could have pulled a big old prank on me and then got to see me running scared, so that's the other thing. But yeah, we just continue about things like normal. I did really enjoy the job though. I was definitely due some time off, I can tell you that much. I've probably been working relentlessly for months at this point, and a break was coming for me, but I just had to wait a little bit longer for it. I don't know, I felt a lot of pressure too. It's one of those moments where you get lots of pressure on yourself, which is self-created. It was kind of like that. So we start doing some other work, and we have to replace some boards and steps and things. They kind of come a little bit, not necessarily undone, but they start to slide down onto both sides of the hill if you aren't careful and don't replace them frequently enough. They kind of look like the wooden pallets, but more better machined than that. Certainly wasn't safe for anybody to be out here, so we set about one day putting them on. It was slow going. You also had to hammer in some mesh just to act as some kind of grip at the bottom of each step. Now, this goes on for pretty much as far as your eye can see at most points. Not due to strictly the depth of the forest, but just because of where we were and how windy the trail becomes. Now, as we're doing so, I keep getting a really weird feeling like I'm being watched. Now I look up ahead thinking somebody's on the trail. I go to call out, hey, you're not supposed to be here, we're doing repairs. And I can see a figure slowly move from the tree. I think it's at first some kind of branch falling. It kind of looks like a red swamp creature with weird white eyes staring at me. Maybe kind of like Chewbacca from Star Wars is the best way I can describe it, but more organic in nature. This, whatever it is, slowly goes behind the tree and I can't see it again. Being the great storyteller that my friend is, I presume that he's got some kind of Halloween costume on from one of those stores, but I don't question him on it. I just continue about putting our stuff away. Now, I ended up continually nowing until I ran out. I tell the other guy that I'm gonna go and get some more nows, and he says, yeah, take a break afterwards. I say thank you. I didn't realise how much I was sweating from working out in the sun, but I know I've got a lot of water to drink to be able to catch up with how much my body was losing it. I remembered I felt uncomfortably hot now. That's one of the things I didn't like about being out here, especially during the fire season, is it can get incredibly hot really quickly. Like I said, it had rained, but that was the only day of it. So I decided to eventually stop by the small stream which was running under where we were, and just take a moment to take in everything. I completely forgot about the thing I'd seen earlier, and just relax and let my mind wander. I remembered letting out a sigh as I realised we've still got another task to do. I didn't bring enough nails for this, but we have to put some red markers onto the trees so that way people know where they're going. I mean, it should be pretty obvious because we got our steps that we've put out everywhere, but a lot of people don't necessarily see these and just go off on a whim kind of deep into the forest. They can be good markers to use. I then see my buddy over by the nails and I don't say anything to him. I eventually make my way back up and I can't find him. I call out for a few times but I do not get a reply. Fine, I don't have to listen to any more of his rubbish stories, I think to myself. Now, I realise too that he's used up all of the nails that I've got. This is quite annoying because now we're going to have to go back once again just to finish off this job. To be honest, I was quite hungry at this point and couldn't really be bothered for this, so I kind of angrily head back to figure out where he's gone. That's when he called out saying, "Hey, what did you do with my wood?" I say, "What do you mean?" He says, "Did you use all of it?" I say, "No, of course not. Where are my nails?" And he looks at me perplexed. I tell him that I seldom used any, and that I saw him with my nails, and he looks at me equally as confused. He then explains to me that no, I have not took anything. What do you mean? And we're both very confused by this and kind of a little paranoid of each other. I then show him that I've used all of my materials in one area, and he actually does the same, so it wasn't possible that either of us could have taken anything from each other, which is pretty weird, which leaves the question, who taken them? My buddy was also convinced that he had seen me do the same, so I don't know what to think now. We then catch a sight of somebody jogging off. Now they looked pretty weird. They have sunglasses on and full winter gear, but by the way, this is pretty hot here. We call out him to slow down, but he just continues jogging. We can't see much of his face because he's covered, and I think, I found out who the Star Wars guy is now, finally. We both say how weird it is, and this guy doesn't look normal. He jogs off, and we're convinced that we figured out where our stuff has gone. Now, we both bursted out laughing after a while, just saying how weird it was. We decided not to report it in or anything, and just to continue on with our job. Now, the going was easier from here because it was all downhill, speaking literally. We were no longer going up anymore, so we weren't going to waste as much water too. We would constantly swap roles, with one of us nailing onto the trees and the other one nailing onto the boards. That's when we catch the sight of somebody running in the distance. We can't figure out who it is until then it becomes obvious. It's the same person running with the sunglasses in the middle of summer. They were even weirder this time. They were literally running through the trees up the hill. I don't know how old this person is, maybe he's in his early 30s or something. Hard to say because of his clothes and how much of his face was covered, but he looked weird. I really thought that we were going to find him passed out somewhere and have to get an emergency evac to get him fluids or something, but that was really mysterious. Now, eventually we finish the job and head back together. We actually put some extra precautions down and some kind of barricade at where we were sleeping, so we didn't have to worry about somebody tearing it down in the night and maybe coming there to attack us. But it wasn't long later that we realised that this wasn't going to be the case, and we wake up peacefully in the morning. Now again, everything is virtually as it should be the following day, and we both feel pretty good at this time. Until, guess what you know, there he is running again, this time on the lovely trail we had just built for him. We both bursted out laughing, saying, "Hey, we hope you enjoy our new work for you," pretending that we'd done it specifically for him. It probably wasn't a good idea because we really knew nothing about this person, but it's pretty weird to see. He was running almost like it was from something, but nothing was there. We actually spent a while seeing if he was being chased by animals or anything, but it seemed as though it was only the spirits that were haunting him. We didn't know what to make of him, we just thought it was really odd, especially so early in the morning. Now the weirdest part? Sightings of him continued for the next 2 days, up until it was my turn to be there on my own. Yeah, I wasn't so confident and laughing now. I kind of had a cold feeling coming over my body as I realised that it was going to be my job to be here alone for a couple of days, and whoever this guy was, whatever he was doing, I didn't want to meet him. I played it off as though I wasn't scared, but I was really scared. I mean, are you kidding me? There's some crazy guy out here running on his own for God knows what reason, with seemingly no supplies or anything, just coming right next to us at random times. We probably saw him about another 7 times or so in total, but it was just bizarre, I just didn't get it. But anyway, it's time to say goodbye to my newfound friend, and maybe hello to the other one. I wasn't sure yet. He did tell me to be careful and again looked very serious. He gave me his number so I could call him if anything weird happened, and I watch as he slowly walks off the bridge into the distance. I smiled and waved at him as he kept going, and there was a weird feeling as he left. It was almost like seeing the last person on earth leave you and go away. It's really not a nice feeling, and it's a kind of loneliness that I haven't felt before, or even since. I knew as he went I was truly on my own there, so what's the best thing I can do? Just pretend nothing happened. So I go about my next few days, and again, act like nothing has happened. I'm effectively trying to create a false sense of security, and I have to remind myself that I'm in command here of the situation, and I don't want somebody to get carried away and thinking, oh, because I'm out here on my own, that means they can do what they want to me. I was especially vigilant of the weird guy in the sunglasses. Weirdest part, I don't see him for the first day. I even brought some extra supplies just in case he was weird and I could give him a kind of offering, but I just don't see him. I was even almost convinced that I'd seen some kind of animals running through here, like maybe the wolves, but I don't think it was. It turned out to be other animals, but not quite what I expected. I continue with my work now, and the scenery is still just as beautiful as ever. I remembered going to one specific area, and I was taken aback by how beautiful it was. You had a really lovely water formation to my left, and bushes on either side of me, and this really helps me calm down and feel like I'm at peace. That was until I saw it. Standing on the tree line is what appears to be some kind of witch, almost like it's at an altar. It slowly raises its arms up into the sky in some kind of Y shape, and this doesn't look like a Halloween costume. There's some kind of dark fur on whatever this thing's face is, which is very long. I then realise how tall it is. It's probably about 8 or 7 feet tall. It could have been standing on a rock, but it was at least 7 feet tall. It wasn't looking at me, it was looking at the ocean. I look down and try and find some kind of weapon, but of course there's nothing. So what's my best bet? Just to slowly turn around. I was a little bit tempted to try and call out and figure out what on earth this was, but then I realised it's a pretty dumb idea, because who's going to help me? If I get really hurt, then it's going to be a while before they radio in and eventually send out some help. Another weird thing in this moment is that it's moving in almost slow motion. It starts walking around the rocks, and it seems very skinny too. Again, almost impossibly skinny arms and legs. I really think for a few seconds that this is a jogging person, but it looks too different now. I very slowly turn around and start making my way back from where I'd come originally. I have to be careful and constantly watch over myself. I know it's only up to me. I then tell myself, be brave, be calm, and I then go off the trail to take a shortcut. This is a pretty stupid idea because I'm making lots of noise now, but I'm almost like a dog, just focused on getting back as quick as possible. It's quite sunny now, and I realise I haven't got sun cream. I think I'm going to get sunburnt, but that's basically the last of my worries now. I just keep on going now, not looking behind myself. I start to think, wow, as if everything that guy told me was true. Maybe this place is really haunted, but what on earth had I just seen? I then realised something weird which had never happened to me in my career before this point. I become lost, like really freaking lost. I seriously don't know where I am. I eventually see back to where the water is, and I hesitantly look around to see that this thing is gone. I feel a bit more safe now, and realise that if I walk close to the water I should be able to navigate my way back. But this already isn't good. What if that thing's there? It's a chance I decide to take. I take my first step towards the water and I hear crash. Almost like something's fell out of a tree behind me. I immediately turn on my heel, run very quickly into the opposite direction from the water. I keep up a pretty impressive pace for a long while, until my thighs are burning and feel like they're about to give out on me. It's like my legs are not cooperating with what I'm trying to do. Left with not many options, I eventually get back to the station and I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I can stay here and try and tough it out, but again, I think this is a very stupid idea in the given circumstances and what's happening right now. I then decide that the most brave thing that I can do is just admit what's happening and come back the following day. Yes, that's it. I'm gonna come back the following day, and all of this will just be a dream, I tell myself. I look through my binoculars, and I try my best to look towards the water where I saw this thing. And what do you know? There it is again, not moving this time. I'm convinced that what I'm seeing might actually not be a real person. Just some kind of, I don't know, thing placed there. People put weird art things up all the time, but this was different. I go to get some more powerful binoculars slowly, trying not to make noise even though I was miles away. As I grab my binoculars again, I look up, and this thing is gone. It really annoyed me because I wanted to see it from a safe distance, dare I say it. I couldn't find it though, so I decide to put my barricade up, and I go in. I then lay down, closing my eyes. I kind of half drift off to sleep, and then I'm awoken by the sound of my colleague. He's calling me. He says, hey, come here. I'm very confused, and I go towards the window expecting to see him there, having forgotten something, but he's not there. I try and figure out where he is, and that's when it hits me. He's not there. He's in the forest somewhere. I can't figure out the location of the sound, but he says, hey, come on, help. I need your help, I'm hurt. Something seemed off this time, and I look back towards the water, and what do you know? That's where the sound's coming from. Every time that I don't respond, it seems like he's growing angrier and angrier. And it's almost to the point that he's shouting at me. I don't know if I can bear this much longer. I pinched myself a few times and actually splashed water on my face to make sure I was awake, and yes I was. This was so vivid, it's reality, I realise. Eventually, I can just hear screams and I decide that I have to go back in. I go in and close the door behind me. And I don't know how, but I eventually fall asleep. I wake up again later quite delirious, to be honest. I'm very off with the time, but I eventually got myself back up again. I look around, and it's very early, but I decide the best thing I can do now is set out and leave. I decide that I'm gonna go back and call it in as a danger violation or something, saying that I'm in trouble here and don't want to be here. So what I do is get everything together and leave. My thinking is that whatever this thing is must need sleep, right? Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's slowly get a way out of here while this thing sleeps. I get everything together and I'm as quiet as possible. And would you believe it? On the second to last step, crash, one of the steps breaks. It could not have been louder, and it scared a lot of the birds out of the trees, and I let out a slow sigh. I begin turning around, but then turn back and decide that I have to chance it now. I have to get out of here. The problem is, I wasn't very good at navigating in the dark. I mean, I'm not an owl. I don't know who is other than them, but I seem to be especially bad at it. So while setting out, I realise now that I'm a little bit lost, and the fear takes over once again. Now again, more scared than ever, I realise that I must try and find a way through this. And that's when I hear it, screaming coming from behind me. I take one look over my shoulder, and I can see something rushing from the trees towards me. I start running as quick as I can, and I eventually get to some high ground. I look around and I kid you not, I can see somebody on top of the tower vandalizing it. I don't know how they got up there, but something looks really odd now. I can also see that most of the steps are broken. So how on earth did whoever that is get up there? What were they doing? I don't take time to find out and I start running. As daybreak comes, it becomes much easier to navigate now, and it kind of felt like I was in a dream. I was tired, delirious, and it was almost like the saturation of light was too bright through the trees. It only left me with one option to keep going, and that's what I do. I pick up a pace like never before, and eventually make it back to where the car is. I get in there and I drive like God knows what Formula 1 driver, but I go quick. I go quickly over to our main base and report what's happened and say that we have to get some law enforcement over there and that something's very odd. Now, eventually they go back and I have to go with them, which is really annoying because I don't want to go back there, but they aren't very good at navigating either. Eventually we see the tower and it's absolutely destroyed. Most if not all of the stairs are now missing. The windows are broken and there's glass everywhere. It looks horrible. Weirdly, we can't see signs of anybody around. Even a lot of the wildlife has gone silent, which is pretty strange. Now, you know what annoys me the most about this? Is they blame me for this. They blame me for the whole incident. I say, why on earth would I do that? And they can't come up with a good answer. I also say, how can I get up there if I broke all the stairs? And they tried to say I was breaking them down on my way, and it was some kind of mistake I was covering up, but it was absolute rubbish. And it's something I couldn't have stood for, and I resigned the same day. I don't know what ever come of that tower or that area, but God, I just hate the fact that nobody believed me at my job for what happened. I wish I'd taken that other guy's warnings better too. I've actually lost contact with him since, but I wish I could talk to him. I hope that he hears my story because I'd love to hear his perspective on all of this and wonder what he had actually seen out there. I'm in my college days now, and 20 years ago, me and my friends took off for the North Georgia mountains on the weekend. We wanted to smoke and drink and communicate with nature, and the mountains are perfect for this. On the weekend, this unsettling event occurred to me, my friend Bill, and his German Shepherd Monty, as we headed out towards the Sky Valley. It was the beginning of the fall semester at UGA, and we're not going there just yet, but we had found an area with a dirt road that led back half a mile, and then we would hike in another mile or so and set up camp near a creek. Excellent trails were nearby with fun places to explore, not to mention flat ground perfect for setting up camp. Bill and I arrived at our spot at around 4 PM and get a fire going. We were musicians, Bill a guitar player and me a percussionist, so we start jamming. Around 10 after jamming a while, we chatted about life and girls before getting in for the night. It's a clear night, so we just sleep under the stars. It is an important note that we had never seen any signs of other people in the area during our trips. At about 2 AM in the morning, I was awoken by Monty growling. It's a deep, weird growl. Bill was still dead to the world, and I woke up to listen. Maybe an animal has come near our campsite. The fire was only embers now. I heard barely audible voices in the distance. Focusing on the area of the voices, I see a faint red glow followed by another one about 100 yards away. My mind connects to what I'm seeing. They're cigarette embers getting closer. Bill, get up. Bill rose from his sleep, and I explain what's going on. Now Monty starts barking at the strangers. Now the thing that's weird is they're completely unfazed by a now rabid 70-pound German Shepherd and 2 people getting up. Now, Bill told Monty to calm down, and I'll never forget when I saw those guys, skinny as hell, about 5'8", shirts caked in grime and mangly beards, and probably 5 teeth between them, each of them having massive knives on their belt buckles. "What are you boys doing out here? Looks like fun," they said. We responded and told them that we've been out here to drink some beer. They ask if we have any drugs and stuff. They look around for a bit, and they say, "Do you want to smoke with us?" And we decline, saying we're heading out. Throughout the conversation, anything Bill or I said, they kept looking at each other first before responding. Before they left, one of them said, "Stay safe, you never know who could be out here," followed by maniacal laughter as they walked away. We packed up and left early. Now, while this isn't the scariest of stories, these guys were definitely weirdos out there, and they shouldn't have been. I don't know why they weren't scared of the dog either. That's what creeps me out. Maybe a year ago, I went down to my cabin near Victoria, Illinois. It was late fall, awfully chilly, but it was late at night, and I'd just gotten my four-wheeler, which is a 1986 Suzuki. Deep in the woods, it's a fishing and hunting community that I know well. I've been hiking and riding in these woods since I was little. I know them very well. Lots of folks and people have died in those woods, but maybe I was being hunted. Now, I was 17 at the time, and me and my family had just come down there from our home in the suburbs near Chicago. It was late at night, but I really for some reason had an extreme desire to go ride my four-wheeler. I took a quick ride through the hunting trail's pitch black path outside. I have really bright headlights, so it was perfectly alright for me. I can see well, and I rode home, built a fire and went out again. I was out riding on one of the main dirt roads near our machine shed, where we keep tractors and stuff, and my four-wheeler stalled. I got off it and began making adjustments to the carburetor so I can make it run again. In the process, I shut off the headlights. As I made my adjustment, I heard a twig snap and I perked up but could barely see anything, so keep working. Suddenly, I come across a two-tone whistle maybe 100 feet away from me. I looked in the direction it come from but can't see anything. I quickly made an adjustment and stood up. I heard extremely fast footsteps coming towards me and the whistling again, only much closer and the exact same tone, maybe 10 to 15 feet towards me. I started my four-wheeler carefully and creeped out and sped off towards a bunch of houses that had outside lights turned on. I looked around and saw nothing. I rode past the same spot at full speed to get back home, but by the time I was home, my fire had went out and they had gone to bed. I sat in our family room for maybe 5 to 6 hours with my gun loaded, staring at the windows, and I hear a loud bang on the back porch multiple times. I run very fast. Now, I flip on a light on the gun that I had and see nothing. I slowly go back outside the house. Then I wait and see nothing, going to bed. I decided to do some searching, and all I could find was the myth of a spirit of somebody who was killed ruthlessly, seeking the company of those who dared to horseback ride at night. I never experienced this again, but I'm always on edge nowadays when I'm out there. I hope it was an animal I heard, but it just seems too different. It was September in central Idaho. Autumn had come to the mountains, and with bow hunters looking for mountain goats, my cousin, I'll just call him Vern for anonymity's sake, is an avid hunter. He's been all over North America hunting various game, bears in Alaska, wild hogs in Texas, bighorn sheep in Wyoming, but his favourite hunting area was the Lemming mountain range in central Idaho. Our extended family has been hunting in those mountains for generations. We know every river bottom and mountain peak like many people do of their own neighbourhoods. Mountain goats are a fantastic animal to hunt. They live well above the tree line in rocky environments, They are sure-footed and can climb near vertical slopes. Hunting these animals requires one venture into these dangerous areas. You have to be mindful as you pursue an animal like that. You have to be mindful when hunting an animal like that. One wrong step on a rocky slope or one loose rock could mean that you're never going to see home again. Vern was an expert mountain hunter. It's something he was born to do. Vern decided to hunt in the Hayden River area of Lemis. It's a favourite spot with most locals, and the area is home to plenty of mountain goats. The first mile with the Vern's hike was uneventful as he climbed up the mountain. The air was crisp, and his breath formed in great fumes as he progressed. The sun was just peeking over the mountains when Vern came to a small deer trail. He decided it might be a nice shortcut from his usual route and took it. A few hundred feet up the trail, he saw something odd pop out from behind a tree. He finds a man. He was dressed in a light denim coat and jeans and was carrying a small backpack. My cousin stopped for a second to get his bearings, unsure of where this guy came from. The man waved at him with both arms. One of them was holding an older style hunting bow. Acknowledging him, Vern waves back. Although the man looked to be physically fine, it was clear he was emotionally distressed. He yelled out something my cousins couldn't quite hear and waves his arms, indicating my cousin should follow him. Vern didn't get any bad vibes from the guy, and he could tell he was genuinely in some need of help. He began to make his way up to the canyon following the mysterious man. Vern could never really gain any ground on this guy. He always seemed just far enough away that he couldn't talk to him. Now periodically, the man would stop and turn towards him to make sure Vern was following. Every time he looked back, Vern could see the worry in his face. My cousin did his best to remain calm and keep a smile on, unsure of what to do or where he was being led to. It was peculiar. Vern thought as he hiked. He hadn't seen any other vehicles on his drive up the trailhead. Perhaps he came in from over the ridge. What could he possibly be leading him to? He figured out that one of his hunting party had been hurt and needed help. Of course, he wouldn't have had to speculate if the man would just stop and talk to him, or give him 5 minutes to understand what was happening. Vern eventually loses sight of the guy on a trail turn. The trail actually opened up into an incredibly steep, rocky, tailless slope. He looked in every direction and could not locate the man when he hears a whistle. Looking up, he saw the guy about 500 feet up the rocky slope waving at him. There was no possible way that he could have gotten up that far in such a short time. It just wouldn't have been possible. He still didn't feel any fear or weariness about the weird situation though. The man was waving more frantically now, practically begging Vern to follow him up the slope. With a sighing grunt, he started up the rocks. It was slow going. Every other step causes a mini rock slide and would cause him to continually lose footing. Huffing and puffing on the cool thin air, my cousin eventually made it up a small landing. It had taken him almost 45 minutes to get to that spot where he saw the man from below. There was no earthly way that he could have scrambled up the hill any faster. Totally exhausted and out of breath, Vern sat down on the stone landing. He looked around and couldn't see the man anywhere. As he scanned his surroundings, he saw something odd poking out of a boulder about 20 feet away from him. Walking over to it, he found a weathered boot, two actually. Inside of those boots are actually underneath a boulder, and he can find bones. Vern looked around for the man once again but could never see him again. Instead of feeling eerie or unnerved, Vern kind of felt a sense of release washing over him. The emotions aren't his own. What he felt seemed to come from all around him. He marked the spot with the GPS and decided to make his way down and call the authorities. The Lemhi County Sheriff's Office responded and had led him up to the canyon. It took 4 grown men to push the boulder out of the way, and they found somebody's remains. On the body, They found hunting equipment and some personal effects. Now, as a little bit of background to set the mood, I grew up in central New York between Parrish and Mexico. We can look up Happy Valley and see just how creepy the surrounding woods and fields and farms are, and grave pits and swamps. I'm outside roughly 90% of the day. I do firewood, logging, farming, hunting, fishing and trapping. I'm certainly used to the creepy stuff in the woods, so much so that there's a predator light on my walking stick, which is facing backwards with a red light. People deter tigers from leapfrogging them by wearing masks on the back of their head, but we only have fishers, coyotes, and the occasional wandering bear. So every night on the woodline, I have a pimp fire set up that I use pretty much every day. It's not uncommon for me to see raccoons. We feed the birds and even have a huge turkey deer/feeder. My house is basically a safe haven, and we constantly have critters running amongst the daytime, especially then in the night, making more sounds in the shadows. So you get used to the random ground leaves fluttering and twig snapping, chitterings and whatever other sounds really. Now, it began when I moved into a good buddy's house. Him and I are very alike, hard-working outdoorsmen who hunt, trap and have firewood. I've recently gone through some changes in my life and I was lucky enough to move in with him, which is only 4 miles away from where I grew up. Every night, after working or running through a top line, I'd work on my fire pit, which I'm in a clearing of which we've made to store firewood. I then hear this clicking sound like a slower version of a predator doing his clicks. The sound was kind of random at first, but then I start noticing it reacting to me moving. Grabbing a beer, click click, build up the fire, click click, to a point that I actually get my knife with me. Now, I wear a headlamp and I have the lantern with me, and I've got the machete and everything, so I'm pretty comfortable but still scared as I yell into the darkness to come at me. So when the fire dies down, no more smoke for the pipe or hot dogs in my belly, I start packing up my stuff and get ready to go inside, and I hear click click. I look around for eye shine but see nothing. I move closer to the woods, stray a little to reposition my headlamp, casting shadows. I clicked it and it kind of responded to me a few times. I mean, it's freaked me out so much a few times, I've literally built up the fire just to walk away. Now, we do have nocturnal flying squirrels here, but they just don't sound like this. It's been a little over a year of hearing this sound, and I'm nowhere near closer to figuring out what it actually is. The thing that's weird is that it seems intelligent enough not to be seen and also to respond to me. So that leaves me with the question, what on earth is this? I'm a 17-year-old guy currently living in Phoenix, Arizona. This incident took place around 6 months ago on an overnight trip into the Superstition Mountains, which are about an hour drive east of Phoenix. I don't really want to say the exact location, but it was pretty creepy what happened. Anyway, this particular trail I was taking was an 8-mile loop through the canyon. Pretty simple in and out overnight camping trip. I had planned to go with my friend, but a last minute cancel on this part left me on my own. So, with a backpack ready and car ready, I decided to go on my own, not leaving the home on time and having some trouble actually navigating through the forest roads. I didn't arrive to the trailhead until around 5:45. For those of you who don't go backpacking, this is a very big no-no. I have about a 4-mile hike until I arrived at my planned camping spot, and it was getting dark fast, so I figured if I move quickly enough I could get in at least 2 or 3 miles before I have to find a spot. This strategy left me hiking in the dark on my own for about 15 miles of dirt road between me and anybody else. The hiking in the dark alone is scary, especially being on your own. Eventually it gets so dark that I can only see where my headlamp is pointing, and that's when I figured that I need to stop and get set up. With only using the headlamp as my light source and trying to move quick, I ended up in a less than ideal spot, but there was definitely some burnt pieces of wood and the remains of a fire circle, so it appeared as though that there had been people there, but not recently. My first priority was getting a fire going. I scanned the area around me and was able to find some dry wood, and I get the fire going. I got my tarp set up and crack open an old chili mac I had brought myself and was very much looking forward to eating. I was feeling good, my camp was set up and my food was on the fire. The feeling of uneasiness from the hike had almost gone away now, but still remained somewhat. To fully understand what happened, I have to explain to you how my camp is set up. So I picked a small clearing surrounded by large pine trees with about 30 feet above me. Now, when you're in the woods and have a fire going, the fire casts a circle of light around it, and everything around the edge of it is pitch black, as though it's not actually there. I was sitting on the ground, eating my dinner, when a small rock about the size of a marble was thrown into my direction. I look at this tiny rock in shock, as I'm positive that I was the only person there on the trail that night. I immediately turn my light on and towards the area where I've seen the rock come from, but due to the density of the pines and brush, I could only see about 10 feet in front of me. I spent about 15 minutes in disbelief as I scanned the tree line that was surrounding me and try and figure out who's thrown the rock at me, though not daring to go far from the fire. In hindsight, it offered me a false sense of security. After sitting back down and spending the rest of my time on high alert, I am able to convince myself that I had somehow kicked the rock or it fallen from a tree. I went to sleep that night, not expecting the pure terror of which would unfold. It got the better of me. I woke up to the sound of rustling leaves, barely audible if you aren't searching for it specifically. Still in a sleepy daze, I listen as the rustling of leaves gets harder and I assume that they're moving away from me. I went to grab my handheld flashlight that I had next to me when falling asleep, but the more I looked, the more scared I got, and I realised that it's no longer there. I stood up in my sleeping bag, ducked out of the tarp and looked around. I was able to see a light coming from off in the woods. It couldn't have been more than 15 feet away. It's my flashlight, laying on the ground in a pile of leaves. This is one of the few moments in my life where that I've really been scared. The flashlight I'd left sitting right next to me, and I'd fallen asleep not only a few hours ago, and it's now 15 feet away from me past the tree line in the woods. I hurriedly get my boots on, clutching my knife, and I have my head on a constant swivel. I weigh the options. I stay here, or wait out the night, or attempt the hike back, which is 3 miles in the dark. I figured that whatever or whoever was out there definitely got the better advantage on me, especially if I don't have the light, so I decided to stay there, right there. Now eventually, it came back. I could hear walking through the woods. It was far off, but I could hear it. It sounded like somebody walking lazily by, basically like they're strolling around without a worry in the world. Now this went on for a good 3 or 4 hours until I listened to the steps getting closer and closer until they were only about 7 feet from me. At this point the fire had gotten very small and I ran out of wood in my pile. The footsteps stopped and everything went totally silent. I lay there still for 2 hours clutching my knife and prayed that I wouldn't hear anything else. I stayed like that until the sun cast enough light that I could see that I'm alone in the campsite. I packed my things and speed walked the 3 miles back down the trail I'd taken. I arrived at the empty dirt road where my car was parked I nearly sprint there and jump in. I didn't stop until I put 20 miles between me and that place. I stop at a gas station in an Apache junction to buy a Red Bull and mostly just see another person. As I exit the store, I see on the dust on the window of my car writing saying sleep well. A lot of weird things have happened to me on various adventures through the Arizona, but this was by far the weirdest and most scary that I wanted to share. There is a seriously deranged weird person out there in the woods. I hate the fact that they got so close to me while I was asleep. Now the following happened to me and a friend who also happened to be a park ranger. This actually happened from when we were much younger. Now we like to go exploring and doing different things similar. I'm not going to say it was something we were supposed to do, but often we do trespassing and whatnot. Because hey, when you're young you don't really think of how you could have consequences of things. I was probably about 17 or 18 at the time, so to be honest I wasn't necessarily that young. I was just kind of a bit silly and naive. The person this happened with I don't actually speak to anymore, just because of relocation, so sorry that I don't have too much more to provide on this. But basically, we had the grand old idea at the park that we'd always go to, that we should actually do some exploring once I've locked it and go into the forest. Yeah, I seriously don't know what we were trying to find, but at the time it seemed like a really good idea to do. So we decided that we would just hang around there for a while, and at least get an idea of when the security come. And basically at the exact same time they would lock up this place. They would basically close you into this area. All you had to do was hop over the gate and you had a beautiful forest to go and explore in. Again, no real objective with this, but we decided we're going to need some binoculars, maybe some water bottles, and that was it. It wasn't going to take us long to get home anyway, so we didn't have an issue with this. And one day we decided now was the time to actually do it. So what we decided to do is when we were over there and we knew they were locking it up, we would go and hide under this big tree. It was a pretty cool one, kind of out of the way near an old cabin, so they would rarely go up to here. They would drive around though, so we sit and wait. We can see everybody else leaving here in their cars, all of the hikers and backpackers and whoever else. And there we are waiting. We wore mostly black clothes, so it made us a lot harder to be seen. Now the car eventually comes around to where we are, and I'm almost certain that they noticed us. They seem to stop for a second, but continue on anyway. Now we stayed under there for probably another good 10 minutes, and we can hear them lock up. There we are. We're here now. We made it. What to do next? Well, we slowly come out from the tree and our hiding, and kind of have a good explore around. I don't know why the whole vibe just felt so much different being there in the dark. Weirdly, it was almost like meditation, and it was really like your mind become completely free. I think it might have been because of how quiet it was. We were completely oblivious to the potential danger around us, but hey, there's only so much we can do now. So we ended up going over to some benches and stuff, but eventually we get pretty bored and decide to go a bit further, and we go to the perimeter of where we are. They'd locked up the area that actually takes you into the forest, which was a bit of a bummer, but it didn't matter. We could literally just climb over. There used to be a big hole in this gate thing, but they covered it up. It was like they would cover it up all the time, then people would just open it again. I don't know why. I make it over safely, and so does my friend. Now we have a large hill to go up before we get to the main part of the forest. Now luckily we make it over here, and now we're into the other part. Now again, I don't know why I thought this was a good idea, or my friend did too, but we're ready to explore the big woods on our own in the dark. So we set off basically following the main trail. We still had the common sense to say that we shouldn't get too lost out here, because Not only did our parents not know what we were doing, but we didn't know too, so we decided just to follow the path. Luckily there's some railings which really helped us guide our way through here, and again, it doesn't make too much of an issue. Though eventually this does disappear, and now we're kind of deep into it. We probably go for about another 20 minutes or so before eventually we see something. There's some construction gear out in here. Now we're out in the middle of nowhere in the woods and we think this is pretty odd, but we decide to proceed anyway and try and figure out what it is. It's bizarre because this equipment looks like it's 100-year-old, maybe even more. I've never seen anything like it. We were still quite cautious though, just in case there were others around, and have our bearings and wits about us, but there seems to be nobody at all. Again, we think it's pretty odd, but proceed once more. We're basically exploring all around and nothing's really happening, so we decide to go on. That's when we notice it. There's people further up ahead, and they're clearly mining or something. We thought it'd be cool just to watch and see what they're doing. Again, their clothes look quite dated, and both of us think this is rather bizarre. But we just proceed on. It seems almost like they're completely oblivious to us being there. Something just felt odd. We can't actually see them too well too, considering how dark it is, but they've got their fires and stuff going, kind of like the barrel ones, but different. Now eventually we get quite bored and turn on one of our flashlights, and that's when we hear it. Someone screams, "Hey, hey," and something in a language that neither of us understand. We then hear dogs and start panicking, and we hear some kind of commotion. We both look at each other and turn around. We both start sprinting in the direction that we've come. Now, I'm the first one to get up the hill, but my friend isn't able to. He's a little bit slower, so I have to wait for him to go around. He eventually does so, and we both find our way back to the main part of the park and jump the fence. I want to sprint, but my friend is out of breath, so we both take our time and eventually head back home. We're both very shaken by the incident. However, the weird part is what come next. Probably about 2 years later, we're both extremely curious as to what was actually over there. Also because there's no history of mining that we're aware of or any operations that happened here recently. Now, eventually we make it back over to the site and we can't see anything. There's literally no signs of mining or anything whatsoever. That's until my friend spots it. There's some old gravestones. We then realise that we're standing in some kind of makeshift territory, and we realise that it's an old miner's grave, and the date was almost 100 years ago. Now I can't say too much for certain, but it's almost like we'd stepped into their world, one that was different from our own.